What if, in just 3 hours, you could start regaining control over your decisions, resist distractions, delay impulses, and move forward with what really matters? It's not about pushing yourself to the limit. It's about strengthening the part of you that makes decisions. Welcome to 3 Hours of Stoicism to Strengthen Your Willpower. In a world based on instant gratification and constant temptation, willpower can seem rare and fragile. But the Stoics saw it differently. They believed that true strength doesn't come from fighting your desires, but from understanding them, mastering them, and choosing to act with reason. In this guide, we'll explore how to use timeless Stoic principles to develop lasting self-discipline, resist temptation, and stay committed to your highest goals. Willpower isn't a gift, it's a skill, and this is where you start to develop it. Let's get started. The salty spray stung my face like cold needles, each drop charged with the violence of the storm. I stood at the edge of the cliff, my boots planted firmly on the slippery rock, watching as walls of water rose and crashed against the rocks. The wind whipped my coat, pulled at my hair, screamed in my ears, but I didn't move. Behind me, the lighthouse keeper's cabin creaked in the gale. The windows rattled. Shingles came loose and disappeared into the darkness. The whole world seemed bent on tearing itself apart, yet I remained there. "You crazy bastard!" The lighthouse keeper staggered out, one hand clutching his cap, the other braced against the doorframe. "Get inside before the sea drags you out!" I turned my head just enough so he could hear me over the howling wind. "Have you ever noticed that rocks never run away?" "What?" He squinted into the rain running down his weathered face. "The rocks." I pointed to the jagged teeth protruding from the foam. "The waves beat them mercilessly. They've been doing it for centuries. And they're still there. They're rocks. They have no choice." A smile crossed my lips. The old guardian couldn't see it. He probably thought I'd lost my mind, standing there in weather that had forced the fishing boats to take shelter in the harbour hours ago. "Neither do we when it comes to the storm." I looked back at the sea. "But we choose whether we break against it or remain in it." The guardian muttered something that was lost in the wind. He slammed the door shut. Lightning split the sky, illuminating the giant waves in terrible raw detail. In that flash, I saw the truth. Chaos made real, the savage fury of nature unleashed. My heart pounded against my ribs. Fear curled in my gut, ancient and primitive, the same fear that had driven our ancestors to take refuge in caves. But I breathed, deeply, calmly. The fear remained. I wasn't foolish enough to think I could banish it, but there it was, acknowledged, contained. Like a fire in a fireplace, instead of a forest fire, consuming everything in its path. Another wave crashed against the cliff. The ground shook. The water drenched me, so cold it took my breath away. My body wanted to retreat, all my instincts screaming for shelter, warmth, safety. Instead, I took a step forward. The wind nearly knocked me over. I straightened up, adjusted myself, and regained my balance. I didn't fight the gale, but moved with it, letting it pass around me while my center remained steady. This was the lesson I had come to remember. 3 months ago, I was sitting in a boardroom as my company collapsed around me. 20 years of work, gone. Employees were clearing out their desks. Creditors were circling like vultures. My partner, my friend, looked me in the eye and said, "It's over, Marcus. There's nothing left to save." The storm had been just as violent then, though it had a different face. There was no wind or waves, just numbers on spreadsheets, legal documents, the silent devastation of failure. I wanted to rage, to blame the market, the competition, the universe itself for this injustice. Part of me wanted to follow in the company's footsteps, to let failure define me, consume me. But I remembered something my grandfather once told me years ago as we watched a summer storm roll across the prairie. "See that oak tree?" he asked, pointing to a huge tree standing alone in the field. "It's been there longer than I have. It's seen droughts, floods, tornadoes. It's lost branches, sure. It has scars from lightning, but the trunk is still there. Do you know why?" I shook my head, young and impatient to know the answer. Because it bends without breaking. It accepts what comes its way without losing its essence. Now, standing there, soaked and shivering, I felt that truth deep within me. The company was gone. That was a fact, as immutable as the storm. But I was still there. My skills, my knowledge, my ability to rebuild. None of that could be taken away from me by any external force. A huge wave rose above the rest, a mountain of black water in motion. It crashed down with a thunderous roar, sending a tower of water over the cliff. For a moment, I was inside a cloud of mist and foam, with the world disappearing into grey chaos. When it cleared, I was still standing. The beam of light from the lighthouse swept across the water, cutting through the rain and darkness. Each turn revealed the same scene: violence, chaos, nature unleashed. But the light never wavered. It simply did what it was meant to do, guide, no matter the conditions. I took my grandfather's watch out of my pocket. The metal was worn from decades of use, first his and now mine. Water pooled on the surface, but it couldn't penetrate the seal. The hands continued their steady circle, marking time with complete indifference to the storm. This was the power I had been searching for, not the ability to stop storms. That was fantasy. Not the pretense that storms didn't matter. That was an illusion. But the ability to remain in the midst of them, to keep something unshakable at the center while chaos raged at the edges. The wind shifted, pushing the rain horizontally. I adjusted my stance and leaned toward her. My body was cold, exhausted, battered by the elements. These were facts as neutral as temperature readings. They did not require my anger or my resistance. They simply were. And I simply was. The lighthouse door creaked open again. This time, the old man stepped out completely, wrapped in a raincoat that had seen decades of storms. He moved with the slow confidence of someone who had long since made peace with the weather. "Most people run away on nights like this," he said, in a voice that could be heard despite the wind, rough as barnacles but firm. "Either you're brave or you're foolish." "Neither," I replied, turning toward him. "I'm just learning." He studied me for a long time, the rain falling down the wrinkles of his weather-beaten face. Then he nodded toward the lighthouse. "The coffee's ready, unless you prefer pneumonia." Inside, the circular room was sparse but warm. A wood-burning stove crackled in a corner. Books lined a curved wall, their spines faded and stained with salt. The keeper poured 2 cups from a battered coffee pot, the coffee as black as the ocean outside. "You remind me of someone." He settled into a chair that had molded itself to his shape over the years. "About 15 years ago, a young philosopher came here. There was a storm even worse than this one. I found him sitting on those rocks, as calm as a Sunday morning, soaked to the bone." "What happened to him?" I asked him the same thing I'm asking you. What drives someone to go out in weather like this, when even a fish would drown? I wrapped my hands around the cup and felt the warmth return to my fingers. He needed to remember something, or perhaps learn it properly for the first time. The caretaker took a book from the nearest shelf, its leather binding cracked by the passage of time. That philosopher left it here. He said it might be useful to me one day. He gave it to me. Maybe today is that day. The cover had no title, just initials engraved in the corner. M.A. I opened it carefully. The pages were full of handwritten notes, quotes, observations. There was a passage underlined twice. You have power over your mind, not over external events. Realize this, and you will find strength. Marcus Aurelius. The guard narrowed his eyes. Emperor of Rome, writing to himself while on campaign on the Danube. He had the world at his feet. He could have anything he wanted. Do you know what he wanted most? I shook my head. The same thing you're looking for out there in the middle of the storm. Control over the only thing that mattered, his own mind. I turned the page. Another note, in different handwriting. Epictetus was right. It's not things that disturb us, but our view of them. Epictetus. The guard refilled his cup. He was born a slave and died a free man. A cruel master broke his leg, and he limped for the rest of his life. Yet he said that injury had given him his greatest revelation. What was that? That his master could chain his body, break his bones, control every external aspect of his life. But his thoughts, his decisions about how to respond, remained entirely his own. No force on earth could touch them without his permission. Thunder shook the lighthouse. Through the window, I watched the waves crash against the rocks with relentless fury. But sitting there, warm and dry, the storm seemed almost abstract, a phenomenon to observe rather than endure. That's the trick, isn't it? The lighthouse keeper followed my gaze. The storm is the same whether you're in it or watching it. The only difference is your position in relation to it. But most people carry their storms inside. They could be sitting in paradise and still feel like they're drowning. He was right. How many perfect days had I ruined with anxiety about tomorrow? How many moments of peace had I poisoned with anger about yesterday? There's another one you should read. The keeper pulled out another book, this one in better condition. Seneca, advisor to emperors, playwright, one of the richest men in Rome. He lost everything when Nero turned against him. He was forced to take his own life. Do you know what he said in his last letter? I waited. Everything new excites the mind, but a mind that seeks truth turns away from the new and seeks the old. He set the book aside. What do you think that means? I thought about it. That wisdom is no revolutionary discovery. It's remembering what has always been true. Intelligent. The guardian stood up, his joints cracking. The storm will subside at dawn. It always does. The question is, what will you do when the calm returns? When you don't have all this? He pointed to the chaos outside. To remind you of what matters? That was the real test. Anyone could feel philosophical in a crisis. The challenge was to maintain that clarity in everyday life, when the boundaries between what we controlled and what we didn't blurred. There's a phrase the Stoics used. The guardian walked over to the window and watched the lightning sweep across the water. Amor fati, love of fate. It's not resignation or giving up. It's accepting what is, fully, without reservation. Even storms, especially storms. I thought of my failed business, the friends who had drifted away, the reputation that had taken decades to build and was now in ruins. Could I love that fate? Not the failure itself, but the opportunity it offered me, to rebuild with wisdom instead of just ambition, to know who I was when everything else had been taken away from me. The storm chooses when to rage, I said, beginning to understand. I choose how to face it. The keeper woke me before dawn. "Let's go," was all he said, handing me a thermos of coffee. We descended the lighthouse stairs in the darkness, our footsteps echoing against the stone. The storm had passed, just as he had predicted, leaving behind an eerie stillness. Outside, the air was heavy with petrichor and salt. Stars still dotted the western sky, while the east showed the first rays of dawn. "Where are we going?" "You'll see." We followed a path I hadn't seen the night before, winding inland through scrub and eroded rocks. After 20 minutes, the terrain opened up to a small lake, perfectly still in the pre-dawn calm. Mist rose from its surface in slow, ghostly columns, dissolving into the increasingly clear sky. "Sit down." The guardian sat down on a flat rock at the water's edge. "Look." I sat down beside him, grateful for the warmth of the coffee in my hands. The lake stretched out before us like polished obsidian, not a single ripple disturbing its surface. As the sky brightened, colors filtered through the water, first grey, then pearl, then a slight hint of gold. "See how the fog rises?" The guardian's voice barely disturbed the silence. No resistance, no struggle. Water becomes vapor, vapor becomes air. One thing transforms into another without complaint. A fish leapt somewhere in the middle of the lake. Concentric circles formed and spread outward, a perfect geometry that gradually faded back into stillness. "Yesterday you struggled to reach the lighthouse," he continued. "Every step was a battle against the wind and rain. How much energy did it take?" "All I had." "What if you had just waited? Sought shelter, let the storm pass?" "I would have arrived at the same place, only later." "Really?" He took a sip from his thermos. "Or would you have arrived in a completely different state, rested instead of exhausted, your mind clear instead of desperate?" The sun peeked over the horizon, painting the fog gold. Each drop caught the light, transformed it, and released it. The lake accepted the sun's arrival without fanfare, simply allowing itself to be warmed, illuminated, transformed. "I once had a daughter." The guardian's confession surprised me. "A bright girl, stubborn as they tend to be. She got it into her head that she wanted to be a doctor at a time when women were barely allowed into medical school." I waited, sensing there was more. She fought against everything: the entrance exams, the professors who ignored her, the classmates who told her she didn't belong there. Every day was a battle. She made it through sheer force of will and graduated at the top of her class. He paused. She died of pneumonia from exhaustion 6 months later. She was 24. The fog continued its slow upward dance, indifferent to our human pain. I spent years angry at everything: school, the system, God himself. Then I realized something. She had been so busy fighting what she was that she never learned to work with it. It was like trying to punch the ocean. You just wear yourself out while the water flows around your fists. A heron landed on the shore of the lake, motionless in the shallow water. It wasn't chasing fish or flapping its wings. It just stood there, waiting, accepting whatever came its way. "Acceptance," I said, testing the word. "But doesn't that mean giving up? Letting life pass you by?" "Look at the heron." We sat in silence. 5 minutes passed, maybe 10. The bird remained completely still. Then, quick as lightning, its beak darted downward and emerged with a silvery fish. A precise, perfectly timed movement. "Acceptance is not passivity," explained the guardian. It is recognition. The heron accepts that the fish swim where they want. It cannot control their movements. It cannot force them to come closer. But it positions itself wisely and acts decisively when the moment comes. The sun rose higher, dispelling the fog. The surface of the lake became a mirror, reflecting the clouds that had begun to form in the warm air. "Your business failed." The caretaker said it bluntly, without judgment. "That's what happened. It can't be undone. The question is, do you exhaust yourself fighting that reality, or do you accept it as the ground you're standing on and build from there?" I thought of the countless hours I had spent repeating decisions, torturing myself with what-ifs. The energy I had invested in getting angry at former partners, at market conditions, at my own mistakes. All that effort to change something that was already history. But how can you just accept something that hurts so much? The same way the lake accepts the storm. He pointed to the calm water. Last night, waves were crashing on this surface. The wind was whipping it. The rain was beating it. The lake didn't resist. It couldn't resist. It moved with the forces acting on it. And now it's calm again. Because the storm passed, as storms do. But the lake didn't waste energy trying to stay still during the storm. It accepted the chaos, moved with it, and returned to stillness when conditions allowed. The heron caught another fish, this one larger. It swallowed it carefully, without rushing. "Marcus Aurelius wrote something," said the guardian. "Limit yourself to the present. The past is memory, the future is projection. Only the present moment is real, and it is the only thing that requires your acceptance." But surely we need to learn from the past and plan for the future, don't we? Learn, yes. Plan, certainly. But accept that the past is unchangeable and the future is uncertain. Accept that this moment, sitting by the lake, watching the mist, breathing this air, is all you really have. Everything else is gone, or may never come. The sun was now fully illuminating the lake, revealing its depths. Rocks, plants, fish, moving slowly beneath the surface. What appeared to be simple stillness was actually a complex life, existing without resistance, each element accepting its place in the whole. The guardian led me away from the lake and down a winding path through a dense forest. We climbed in silence for nearly an hour before reaching a ridge where a lone oak tree stood, huge and ancient, its branches reaching toward the sky. The wind hit the ridge with sudden force, nearly knocking me sideways. The oak's branches swayed and whipped, and the leaves rustled like ocean waves. Yet the trunk remained solid, unmoving. 300 years, give or take, said the guardian, placing his palm against the rough bark. It has survived fires, droughts, and ice storms that have split weaker trees like matchsticks. I watched the violent dance of the branches, the way they bent almost horizontally with the strongest gusts before straightening back up. The tree seemed alive in a way I had never noticed before, not just alive, but actively engaged with the forces around it. Most people believe that strength means staying rigid, the guardian continued. They prepare for life with tense muscles and clenched jaws. They confuse fragility with power. A particularly strong gust caused the treetop to sway dramatically. Instinctively, I took a step back, but the guardian remained close to the trunk, unconcerned. I tried that when my business failed, I admitted. I told myself I just had to be tougher, stronger, overcome everything. And how did that go? I wrecked my back. Literally, I ended up in bed for 2 weeks, unable to move. The caretaker chuckled. The body teaches us what the mind refuses to learn. Rigidity breaks, flexibility endures. He led me to the windward side of the oak tree. Here the branches grew differently, shorter, denser, at an angle to the prevailing wind. The tree had adapted to its circumstances. "This is resilience," he said, "not pretending the wind doesn't exist, not defying it, but adapting, learning, becoming stronger because of it, not in spite of it." A dead branch snapped somewhere in the canopy and fell beside us, breaking on the rocks. The guardian barely noticed. "The tree knows what to let go," he observed. "Dead weight falls away naturally when you stop clinging too tightly to things. But look." He pointed to a place where new life was sprouting from what looked like dead wood. "What remains grows stronger." We sat down on a flat rock, our backs against the leeward side of the oak tree, sheltered from the strongest wind. The noise above us was tremendous, the wood creaking, the air roaring, the leaves pounding. But here at the base, there was relative calm. "After my daughter died," said the guardian, "I became rigid. I didn't talk about her. I didn't cry. I didn't let anyone see my suffering. I thought that was strength. I almost destroyed my marriage. I pushed away friends who wanted to help me." What changed? A hurricane hit. A Category 3. I was living near the coast at the time, and I thought I could weather it, that it would prove how tough I was. From my window, I watched a 100-year-old pine tree, as thick as a car and as straight as a mast, split in half. It just broke. Meanwhile, the palm trees next to it bent almost to the ground, their leaves waving like flags. When the storm passed, the pine tree was firewood. The palm trees straightened up as if nothing had happened. The wind changed direction and scattered a shower of leaves across the ridge. The oak adjusted its dance to suit the new direction, and each branch found its own rhythm within the overall movement. "Resilience is not about remaining unmoved," continued the guardian. "It's about moving intelligently with what comes. Your business failed. That's a wind that hit you. You can remain rigid in the face of that reality until you break, or you can bend with it, learn its patterns, and grow differently because of it. But bending seems like weakness, like giving up. To whom? Who judges your response other than yourself?" The question hung in the air. I thought of all the imaginary eyes watching me, the phantom jury before which I had been demonstrating my strength. None of them were real. They were all projections of my own fear. "Look at the branches," the guardian instructed me. I focused on a single large branch and followed its movement. It wasn't fighting the wind. It was dancing with it. When it was pushed, it gave way. When it was released, it returned to the center. Every movement was a negotiation, not a battle. "The Stoics called this amor fati, love of fate," said the guardian. "It's not just about accepting what happens, but embracing it as something necessary for your growth. That branch doesn't hate the wind. It uses it to become stronger, more flexible, more resilient." "But how can you love something that hurts?" "The same way a fighter loves a worthy opponent, the same way a blacksmith loves the fire that shapes the metal. It's not the pain that matters, but the transformation." The sun disappeared behind the clouds, plunging us into shadow. The temperature dropped, and the wind picked up even more. The oak's movement intensified, but it never became frantic. It had an elegance, a confidence born of centuries of practice. "Every storm this tree has survived has made it more itself," said the guardian, "not less. Your failure, can it make you more yourself, not less?" I thought about it. Who was I before failure? Arrogant, perhaps, convinced of my own invincibility, rigid in my thinking. Failure had definitely broken something in me, but maybe what was broken needed to be broken. The journey to the mountain began before dawn. The guardian woke me with a gentle tug on my shoulder, handed me a thermos of black coffee, and pointed to the eastern ridge, where the faintest light touched the peaks. "Today there is a different lesson," was all he said. The first hour was deceptive. A well-traveled trail through a pine forest. The slope was manageable, and my breathing was steady. I felt strong, confident. The previous day's lesson on flexibility had settled into my bones, and I moved with a new ease among the trees. Then the trail began to climb. To really climb. The forest thinned out. Roots gave way to loose gravel that shifted with every step. My sure footing became a careful search for footholds. The ranger moved forward with the economy of someone who knew every rock, while I struggled to find a foothold. "You're fighting it," he shouted without turning around. "Fighting what? Gravity?" "The mountain." I wanted to argue that, of course, I was fighting the mountain. That was the point of climbing it. But my lungs were burning too much to argue. Each breath was sharp and ragged. My thighs ached. Sweat stung my eyes despite the cold. A rock rolled under my foot. I fell hard, the palms of my hands torn by the granite. The guardian stopped, waited, saying nothing. I got up, wiped the blood and sand off, and kept climbing. "You know what's funny?" he said when I caught up with him on a small ledge. "People think that climbing is conquering the mountain. No. The mountain doesn't care if you reach the top. It doesn't even know you exist. Here, you conquer nothing but your own limits." We sat on the ledge and looked down at the valley we had climbed up. The view was already spectacular, even though we weren't even halfway there. The guardian took out an apple, cut it in half with a knife, and offered me a piece. "When I started guiding climbers," he said, "I saw them exhaust themselves trying to control everything. The weather, the route, the pace, the other climbers. They would rage at unexpected storms, panic when the trails crumbled, push themselves beyond exhaustion, trying to keep to a predetermined schedule." "Sounds familiar," I admitted, thinking about my business, how I had tried to control every detail until it all fell apart. The ones who made it to the top, the ones who really did it, not the ones who crawled there half dead, understood something different. They controlled the only thing they could, themselves, their breathing, their pace, their attitude when things went wrong. He stood up and slung his backpack over his shoulder. The trail ahead disappeared into a series of zigzags carved into what looked like a vertical wall. "The mountain sets the conditions," he said. "You choose how to meet them." The zigzags were brutal. My world was reduced to the few meters of trail ahead of me, to the rhythm of my breathing, to the burning in my muscles. I wanted to stop every meter and a half. Sometimes I did. The guardian never said anything, never pushed me, just waited. Halfway through the curves, my mind started playing tricks on me. "You're too old for this. You're in terrible shape. Everyone else is making it look easy. You should have trained. You should turn back." "Your thoughts are very loud," the guardian observed. "Can you hear them?" "No need. Your whole body changes when you start arguing with yourself. Your shoulders tense up, your breathing becomes shallow, your steps become uneven." He was right. I was so focused on the mental commentary that I had lost the rhythm of the climb. My body had become rigid, fighting itself as much as the mountain. "The Stoics had a practice," he said. "They separated what they called impressions from judgments. The impression is, this is steep, my legs hurt, I'm breathing hard. The judgment is, this is too hard, I can't do it, I'm weak. But it is hard. Difficult is an impression. Too difficult is a judgment. One describes reality, the other creates suffering." After that, we climbed in silence. I tried to notice the difference. My legs are burning. Impression. I can't go on. Judgment. My heart is pounding. Impression. I'm going to have a heart attack. Judgment. Something very strange happened. When I stopped adding comments to the experience, it became simply experience. It was still difficult, but somehow cleaner. The burning in my muscles was just a sensation. The thin air was simply what it was. The mountain was not my enemy. It was just rock, gravity, and altitude. Near the tree line, where the air became really thin and the trail became more of a climb than a path, I had to stop every 20 steps. The ranger found a flat rock and sat down. "You're doing better than you think," he said. "It doesn't feel like it." "Because you're comparing yourself to an imaginary climber who isn't suffering. But look." He pointed to the trail below. 6 hours ago, you were down there. Now you're here. Not because you've conquered the mountain, but because you've conquered your response to it. My response, which consists mainly of panting and cursing. Your response is to keep going despite the panting and cursing. That's the only control that matters. A cloud rolled in, reducing visibility to about 10 meters. The temperature plummeted. Within minutes, we went from a clear morning to something resembling winter. The sweat cooled on my skin. "Perfect," said the guardian. "Perfect. Now you can practice with the weather too." He pulled a jacket out of his backpack and tossed me a windbreaker I didn't know he was carrying. The weather doesn't ask your permission to change. It never does. The cloud not only blocked our view, but it was damp, cold, and seeping through the layers of clothing. My fingers went numb as I tried to zip up the jacket. The guard watched me struggle with the zipper, offering no help. "Why do you want to reach the summit?" he asked. "Because it's there." That's Mallory's answer, not yours. I finally managed to zip up and shoved my hands into my pockets. "I don't know. To prove I can." "Prove it to whom?" The question hung in the fog between us. Below, I could hear other climbers approaching, their voices muffled and directionless in the storm. "When I was younger," said the guardian, "I tried to reach every summit with sheer determination, just moving forward step by step, forcing myself to keep going. That's how I managed to summit quite a few peaks. I also suffered frostbite, altitude sickness twice, and almost died in an avalanche because I was too stubborn to turn back." "But you kept climbing." "Actually, I quit for 5 years. I sold all my gear, moved to the coast, and tried to pretend the mountains didn't exist. But they kept calling me back. Not because I had something to prove, but because I finally understood where I was really headed." The other climbers emerged from the fog. A group of 3, all younger, all moving with the confidence that comes from being in good shape. They nodded as they passed, barely breathing heavily. I felt the familiar pang of comparison. "You're doing it again," the guardian observed. "Doing what?" "Letting them dictate your experience. They're climbing their mountain. You're climbing yours." We started moving again, slower now, because of the fog. Each step required more deliberation, more attention. The trail had become less obvious, marked only by occasional mounds of rocks that appeared like ghosts in the mist. "Willpower," said the guardian, "is not about forcing yourself up the mountain. It's about remembering why you're climbing in the first place. Not the superficial why, but the real why." "I told you." "I don't know." "You know. You just haven't admitted it yet." A gust of wind cleared the fog for a moment, revealing a precipice several hundred feet to our left. My stomach lurched. When the fog closed in again, the precipice was still there, invisible but present. "Fear is good," said the guardian, noticing my sudden caution. "It keeps you honest. But look what happens next." What happened next was that my body wanted to give up. This time, not from exhaustion, but from the simple realization of how exposed we were. Every step seemed like a risk. My legs, which were tired but still working, now felt weak and unreliable. This is where most people discover the difference between forced willpower and aligned willpower, he said. You can try to force yourself to overcome your fear, clench your fists, ignore all your instincts. Sometimes it works, but usually it just wears you out faster. What's the alternative? Remember why you're here, not the summit. Here, this moment, this step. I wanted to say something sarcastic, but I was too focused on not looking where the cliff should be. Then something changed. A memory came back to me. My daughter, years ago, afraid to jump off the high diving board. I told her to focus on me, standing in the pool below. Not on the height, not on the fear, just on the reason she wanted to jump, to swim to me. I'm here because I gave up everything, I told her. My business, my marriage, all the difficult things in my life. I found a way to rationalize giving them up. And my children are watching me, learning that when things get tough, you look for an excuse to stop. The lifeguard didn't say anything, but I could feel his attention sharpening. I don't need to prove I can climb a mountain. I need to prove I can choose to keep going when it's hard. There it is, he said quietly. The fog began to lift, not all at once, but in patches, revealing the landscape in fragments. We were higher than I thought, with the tree line below us and the world opening up to alpine meadows and bare rock. The summit was not yet visible, but I could feel its presence above us. When your why is clear, said the guardian, willpower is no longer a matter of strength. It becomes a matter of alignment. Every step brings you closer to or further away from that why. The mountain doesn't care which one you choose, but you do. We entered an area of loose scree, and each step sent small rocks cascading down. It required a different kind of movement, deliberate, balanced, accepting that some slips backward were part of the progress. This is my favorite part, said the guardian, the part where each step undoes half of the last. The part where you can't force your way forward. You have to work with the mountain, not against it. Find your rhythm, accept the slipping, keep your goal in mind, but stop trying to control every detail of how you get there. I found myself thinking again about my business, about how I had tried to control all the variables until they multiplied beyond my ability to manage them. How I had exhausted myself fighting reality instead of working with it. The scree gave way to solid granite, and with it came a different challenge. The guardian pointed to a narrow ledge ahead, about a foot wide, with a steep wall on one side and the void on the other. It's up to you, he said. There's a longer route around it. It adds about an hour. I stared at the ledge. My mind immediately conjured up a dozen catastrophic scenarios. Loose rocks, a sudden gust of wind, my own clumsiness. The safer route beckoned with the sweet voice of reason. What would you do? I asked him. It doesn't matter what I would do. This is your climb. The fear was physical, a tightness in my chest that made me breathe deliberately rather than automatically. But beneath it, something else was stirring. Curiosity about who I would be on the other side of that ledge. The fear isn't going away, I said. Why would it? Fear is just information. The question is what you do with it. I took a step toward the ledge and stopped. My body rebelled, all my instincts screaming warnings. This wasn't the rational fear from before. It was primitive, overwhelming. "There's something you should know about internal battles," said the guardian, sitting down on a rock as if he had all the time in the world. "They're never really what they seem. It seems pretty clear that this is about not falling off a mountain." "Really? Or is it about all the times you've chosen comfort over growth?" The accuracy of his words hurt. I thought about the promotion I had turned down because it meant moving, the relationship I had ended because vulnerability seemed too risky, the book I had never written because facing a blank page day after day seemed impossible. "The mind is clever," he continued. "It disguises old patterns as new situations. It makes you believe you're being logical when you're really just repeating history." A cloud covered the sun and the temperature dropped instantly. I shivered, another reason to take the safe route. My mind latched onto it eagerly. Hypothermia was a real danger, wasn't it? Better to be sensible. "Listen to yourself," said the guardian. "Really listen. How many voices are in there?" I listened. There was a cautious, reasonable, fatherly voice, the voice of fear, shrill and insistent, a mocking voice calling me stupid for being there, and somewhere beneath them all, barely audible, a voice that simply said, "Cross." "The committee," I said. "Everyone has one. The question is, who's the chairman?" I stepped back to the edge again. This time, I noticed how my body was preparing to retreat, even as I moved forward. My weight shifted backward. My muscles tensed to jump. Self-sabotage was built into the very attempt. "The body follows the mind," said the guardian, "but the mind is divided. Part of you is crossing that ledge, part of you is already falling, and part of you is back in the car, driving home. Willpower isn't about silencing all those parts. It's about choosing which one gets to call the shots." I took 3 steps toward the ledge before vertigo overwhelmed me. The world tilted, my vision narrowed, and suddenly I found myself pressed against the rock wall, my fingers searching for holds that weren't there. "Breathe," the guard said from behind me. "Don't fight the fear. Acknowledge that it's there and keep going." I can't. You're right. The you who is terrified can't. But you are more than that fear. My daughter's face reappeared in my mind. What would I say to her if she saw me here, paralyzed? That some things are too scary, that it's okay to let fear make your decisions? I pulled myself away from the wall, forced my body to stand up straight, and took another step. Then another. The committee in my head grew louder. Catastrophic scenarios, logical arguments for retreat, memories of all the previous failures. But I kept that quiet voice at bay, the one that simply said, "Next step." Halfway there, my foot slipped slightly on the loose gravel. The adrenaline almost made me retreat, but I held my ground, waited for my heart to calm down, and continued. "The inner war is not won by defeating fear," said the guardian, his voice firm behind me. "It is won by acting in spite of it." The ledge ended in a wide platform. I stepped onto it and sat down immediately, my legs shaking. The guardian joined me and took a thermos of tea from his backpack. "Next is doubt," he said, handing me the cup. "What?" "Fear, doubt, temptation. The unholy trinity of inner resistance. You just faced fear. Doubt usually comes when you're tired." As if on cue, my mind began its assault. What was I proving here? That I could risk my life for a misguided metaphor about willpower? My children needed a father, not a cautionary tale about a midlife crisis gone wrong. "There it is," said the guard, noticing my expression. "How do you know?" It's the look everyone gets. Doubt is insidious because it sounds so reasonable. Fear at least admits that you're afraid. Doubt pretends to be wisdom. We sat in silence, drinking tea as clouds gathered on the horizon. The summit was visible now, about 2 hours away. So close, but my body felt empty, drained by something more than physical exertion. The storm caught us just as we reached the exposed ridge, not gradually, as the weather usually changes in the mountains, but suddenly, as if the sky had been holding its breath and suddenly exhaled violence. The wind hit us so hard it knocked me sideways. The rain turned to sleet, then hail, which lashed exposed skin like shrapnel. The guardian grabbed my arm and pushed me behind a rock that offered minimal shelter. "We have to go back," I shouted over the roar. He shook his head. "We can't. That ledge will be frozen now." The truth churned in my stomach like lead. We were trapped between the storm and the journey we had barely managed to complete in good condition. My mind immediately turned to my family. Would they even find my body up here? "Marcus Aurelius buried 6 of his children," said the guard, his voice barely audible over the wind. "What? 6 children? They were taken by a plague. Do you know what he wrote in his diary during that time?" I couldn't imagine writing anything coherent after losing even 1 child, let alone 6. He wrote about duty, about continuing to serve Rome despite personal devastation. Not because he didn't feel the loss, his private writings show a man in agony, but because his purpose remained the same. A gust nearly blew us out of our shelter. Ice accumulated on my jacket, hurting me. All my instincts screamed at me to curl up, stay warm, and wait to be rescued. "Epictetus was a slave," the guard continued, helping me to my feet. "His master broke his leg on purpose and left him lame for life. Do you know what he said about that?" We began to move forward, taking advantage of the brief moments of calm between gusts to reach the next shelter, a rocky ledge about 50 meters away. The ice made every step dangerous. He said that his limp was an impediment to his leg, not to his will. Halfway to the ledge, the wind hit me with full force. I fell hard, hitting my shoulder on the rock, and my backpack came off my back and fell into the void. Everything I had brought, food, water, emergency supplies, was gone in an instant. The guard helped me up and checked my shoulder. "Can you move it?" I could, barely. The pain radiated throughout my shoulder with every movement, but nothing seemed to be broken. "Your purpose here," he said, "has it changed?" "I've lost my supplies." "That's not what I asked you." I thought about why I had come. The growing sense that I was living like a sleepwalker, letting comfort make my decisions, setting an example of weakness for my children. Had any of that changed because a storm had blown away my backpack? We reached the ledge and pressed ourselves against the back wall. Ice had formed on my eyelashes, clouding my vision. The guard pulled a small stove out of his backpack, lit it somehow despite the wind, and began melting snow for water. "Seneca lost everything," he said, handing me the hot cup. "Exile, false accusations, stripped of his wealth. In the end, Nero ordered him to commit suicide. Do you know what he did during his exile?" My hands were shaking around the cup. I didn't know if it was from the cold or the adrenaline. He wrote. Some of his most powerful letters on virtue and wisdom came from that period of loss. His external circumstances had changed completely, but his inner purpose to pursue and teach wisdom remained intact. They were stronger than normal people. No, they simply understood something we forget. Adversity doesn't create character, it reveals it. And it only breaks us if we let external circumstances define our inner purpose. The storm intensified. Lightning struck so close that the thunder was instantaneous, a sound you couldn't hear but could feel in your chest. The temperature continued to drop. Without my backpack, I had no warm clothes or emergency shelter if we had to camp out. "We could die up here," I said. "Yes." "Aren't you worried?" "I'm less worried about death than dying without a purpose. If I die trying to reach a summit, at least I die moving towards something. Most people die in their beds without ever really living." He stood up and watched the storm. "There's a climber's hut about 300 meters away. We can make it if we get going now, between the strongest gusts." "That's crazy." "Maybe, but freezing to death here is certain. Moving forward may not be." I thought of Aurelius burying his children, still ruling Rome, of Epictetus dragging his broken leg through life, teaching freedom to others, of Seneca writing philosophy while awaiting execution. Their bodies faced different storms, but their response was identical: to continue living with purpose, regardless of the chaos outside. "The storm doesn't care about your decision," said the guard. "It will continue to rage just the same, whether you cower or climb. The only question is who you will be in its presence." I stood up. My shoulders ached, my body shook with cold, and visibility was down to about 10 feet. All the rational voices in my head listed the ways this could go wrong. But beneath those voices, the same calm voice from the ledge remained steadfast. "That's why you came here, to stop letting circumstances dictate your decisions." "Stay close," said the guardian. "Move when I move, stop when I stop." We entered the fury of the storm. The wind, which seemed like a living, malevolent, hungry being, tried to tear us from the mountain. Every step required total concentration, absolute commitment. There was no room for doubt, no energy for fear, only the next foothold, the next breath, the next moment of forward progress. The guardian's cabin materialized through the storm as something half imaginary, a dark shape against the white chaos. We stumbled through the door and collapsed onto wooden benches, gasping for air. My lungs burned from the icy air, and my shoulder throbbed where it had hit the rock. The gatekeeper lit a small fire in the iron stove. The cabin was very basic: 4 walls, a roof, benches, and the stove. But after the violence outside, it seemed like a sanctuary. "Rest," he said. "The storm won't let up before morning." I slept fitfully, waking throughout the night to the wind howling against the walls. Each time I found the guard awake, sitting completely still by the dying fire, his eyes closed, but somehow alert. Dawn was grey and gloomy. The storm had passed, leaving the mountain transformed. Ice covered every surface, and snowdrifts had reshaped the familiar terrain. We stepped outside and were enveloped in a crystalline silence. "Weren't you sleeping?" I asked. "I was practicing." "Practicing what?" He began to descend the path, carefully making his way over the ice. "Do you think strength appears the moment you need it? That when crisis strikes, you suddenly become capable?" I hadn't thought about it. Most people don't. They live their comfortable lives and then are surprised when adversity knocks them down. It's like expecting to run a marathon without training. We came to a section where the storm had completely erased the trail. The ranger studied it, then began to traverse the loose scree above the gap. "Every morning for 40 years, he said, testing each step, "I've gotten up at 4. Not because I had to, because choosing to get out of a warm bed when everything in you wants to stay is practice." "Practice for what?" "For this." He pointed to the ravaged trail, the ice, the treacherous descent. For the moments when life takes away your easy options. I followed his path to the letter, fighting the urge to look down. My shoulder protested with every movement. Marcus Aurelius, the ranger continued, wrote his meditations in war camps, surrounded by death and uncertainty. But read them carefully. They are not reactions to crisis. They are preparations for it. Every morning he reminded himself of what he might encounter. Death, betrayal, failure. Not to invite them, but so he wouldn't be surprised when they came. We reached solid ground. The guard stopped and examined the tracks in the snow. Something large had passed through recently. A bear, he said, coming down the mountain, away from the storm. Should we be worried? Should we be prepared? Yes, worried. What good would that do? He continued walking. This is what people don't understand about Stoics. They think it's about being impassive, being like a rock. It's not. It's about preparing yourself so that emotions are unnecessary. The trail wound through a grove of pine trees whose branches were heavy with snow. In the silence between our footsteps, I could hear the snow falling in small avalanches from the trees. I see climbers coming up here every season, said the caretaker. The ones who fail aren't usually the weakest physically. They're the ones who never prepared themselves mentally. At the first sign of difficulty, their minds collapse. They've never practiced discomfort, never chosen difficulty when comfort was within reach. So you practice by living here alone? I practice by choosing. I shower with cold water when there's hot water. I fast when there's plenty of food. I walk when I could drive. Small decisions that strengthen the ability to choose. We emerged from the pines and came to an exposed ridge. The valley stretched out before us, and the morning sun turned the remnants of the storm into something almost beautiful. Seneca was one of the richest men in Rome, said the guardian, but he used to spend days sleeping on the floor, feeding himself only bread and water. His friends thought he was crazy. Why choose poverty when you have wealth? Why did he do it? Because he knew that fortune was capricious. By practicing poverty, he took away its power to frighten him. When exile came, when Nero stripped him of his wealth, Seneca did not collapse. He had rehearsed that loss hundreds of times. The path zigzagged down toward the tree line. My legs were shaking with fatigue, and my shoulders were stiff and swollen. But something had changed. The terror of the previous day had faded, leaving something calmer, more solid. You're different, the guard observed. Really? Yesterday you were fighting the mountain. Today you're moving with it. He was right. Instead of resisting every difficulty, I had begun to accept them as part of the descent. Ice meant slower steps. Tiredness meant more breaks. The worn trail meant looking for alternatives. A simple recognition that removed the friction of complaint. That's what preparation gives you, he said. Not the absence of difficulties, but the absence of surprises. When you've practiced choosing discomfort, involuntary discomfort loses its sting. We stopped at a stream swollen by the melt. The bridge had been damaged by the storm, leaving only a few planks crossing the torrent. Every morning, said the caretaker, stepping onto the first plank, I cross this stream. In summer, it's a trickle. I could jump across the stones, but I use the planks anyway, to practice balance, to practice fear, to practice trusting my feet when my mind screams danger. I followed him, fighting vertigo as the water ran through the gaps between the planks. One slip meant being swept downstream and hitting the rocks. The body learns through repetition, he said from the other side, but the mind learns through choice. Every little decision to face discomfort instead of avoiding it builds strength for when there is no choice. The final descent was exhausting. No drama, no storms, just the accumulated weight of fatigue and pain. But I realized something. My mind had stopped generating escape fantasies. I wasn't imagining helicopters or rescues, just the next step, and then the next. The ranger's cabin appeared among the trees just as my legs were beginning to give way. It wasn't the triumphant arrival I had imagined during the storm, but a silent surrender to exhaustion. He grabbed my arm when I stumbled on the porch steps. "Rest," he said. "Tomorrow we'll train." I barely registered the words and collapsed into the same bed I had spent the previous night in. But I couldn't fall asleep. My whole body ached, but something in my mind had been awakened. Curiosity about this man who lived like a monk, but moved like a soldier. Dawn came too soon. The guardian was standing in the doorway, silhouetted against the pale light. "Get up." I can barely move. Perfect. That's when training is most important. I forced myself to get up, every muscle protesting. He led me behind the hut to a clearing of compacted earth, smooth despite the recent storm. Around it was training equipment, not modern gym machines, but simple tools, stones of various sizes, iron pipes of different lengths, a thick rope hanging from a pine branch. "You were in the military," I said. It wasn't a question. "Special Forces. 2 decades. He picked up an iron pipe about 2 meters long. I learned to fight in places where fighting meant survival, but the real education came later. After? When I realized that all that training, the weapons, the tactics, the violence, was nothing more than external discipline. Theater, the real war, was always internal. He performed a series of slow, deliberate movements with the pipe. It wasn't to show off, but to demonstrate something deeper. Each movement flowed into the next without thought, decades of repetition visible in the economy of the movement. Musashi wrote that the spirit of the warrior is not in the sword, but in the mind that wields it. It took me years to understand that. I could take apart a rifle blindfolded, navigate by the stars, survive on insects. But I couldn't navigate my own thoughts. I couldn't survive my own anger. He handed me the pipe. It weighed more than it looked. "Keep it horizontal, arms outstretched." Within seconds, my shoulders were burning. The pipe began to tilt. "This is where most people give up," he said. "The discomfort. But watch what happens if you fight it." I tensed my whole body, trying to keep the pipe level. My whole body was shaking. The weight seemed to triple. "Now stop resisting. Accept the weight. Align yourself with it." I tried to relax while holding the position. Somehow it got a little easier. "Discipline isn't about mastery," he said. "It's about harmony. You don't defeat the weight. You learn to carry it efficiently." The tube crashed to the floor. My arms felt like water. "Every morning I hold that position for 20 minutes, he said. "Not because I'm strong, but because I've learned to be friends with discomfort. Lift it." "I can't." "You can't hold it like you did before, but you can do it differently." This time, he taught me to use my core and breathe with the effort rather than against it. The tube stayed level for another 30 seconds. "The Stoics understood something that modern fitness culture doesn't," he said. "They didn't train to build muscle, they trained to build character. Every repetition was training for the repetitions of life." We moved on to the stones. He taught us how to lift them, not with explosive force, but with a patient technique. "In Afghanistan," he said, placing a 100-pound stone on a wooden platform, "I saw a comrade get shot. He'd been shot in the chest. We had to carry him 2 kilometers until he was rescued. Every step I took, I wanted to stop. My body was screaming to leave him there. He lifted the stone again, this time more slowly. But I had carried stones. Thousands of times I had carried weight when I didn't have to. So when I had to do it, the path was already laid out. The body knew what to do because it had done it with nothing at stake. My turn. The stone seemed impossible, but I managed it once, twice. On the 3rd attempt, it slipped out of my hands. "Perfect," he said. "Failure is information. Now you know your limit." We repeated his entire routine. Climbing a rope that left my palms raw, balance exercises on a narrow bar, holding my breath in a barrel of melted water that made my lungs scream for air. Each exercise was designed not to show off, but to work, to develop the ability to maintain composure under stress. "People think discipline means never failing," he said, as I gasped for air after the ice barrel. "But look!" He submerged himself in the barrel, completely calm. After 30 seconds, his body began to shake. After a minute, he was shaking violently. But his face remained serene, his gaze fixed. At 90 seconds, he emerged smoothly, without gasping, without drama. I wanted to come up after 30 seconds. All my instincts were screaming for air. But discipline isn't about not feeling. It's about feeling everything and choosing your response anyway. The sun was rising. We had been training for 3 hours, but he showed no signs of wanting to stop. "The body adapts quickly," he said. "It's the mind that resists. Every day it comes up with new excuses. Too tired, too sore, too busy. The Greeks had a word for it, akrasia, weakness of will, acting against your better judgment. How do you get through it? You don't get through it, you endure it. Every morning my mind produces the same complaints, but I've heard them so many times that they've lost their power. Like a child's tantrum, it eventually wears itself out." He picked up 2 stones, one in each hand, and began walking in a figure 8. Marcus Aurelius ruled an empire. He could have had anything, but read his meditations, constant reminders to himself. Get up early, eat simply, train your body, not because anyone forced him to, because he understood that every small sacrifice of comfort was training for greater sacrifices. I put the stones down on the ground, my arms trembling. Marcus walked over to a simple wooden bench under an oak tree and motioned for me to sit down with him. "Physical training is just preparation," he said. "The real work is done here." He tapped his temple. Seneca wrote that every night he reviewed his day, not to punish himself, but to observe. Where had anger arisen? At what moments had he acted out of fear rather than reason? He took a worn notebook from his pocket, its pages yellowed and warped from moisture. "Try something. Tell me something about yesterday. Something that upset you." Yesterday. The memory came flooding back. The traffic. Roadworks had brought everything to a standstill. I was 40 minutes late for an important meeting. The client was furious. "Good. Now tell me again, but just the facts. No interpretations." I thought about it for a moment. The traffic was moving slowly because of roadworks. I arrived 40 minutes after the scheduled time. The client expressed his dissatisfaction. "It's a different story, isn't it? The first version was full of mental additions. An important meeting. Who decided that?" The client was furious. Or did he simply express his concern? The Stoics called these fantasies impressions, pure sensory data. Everything else is added by us. He opened his notebook and showed me pages filled with cramped writing. Every morning, I write down 3 situations that could upset me that day. A piece of equipment breaking down, a difficult client, bad weather. Then I write down the response I have chosen. Not the likely response, but the one I have chosen. By midday, at least one of the situations usually occurs. A squirrel squeaked angrily above us, dropping acorn shells. Marcus didn't flinch. A small example, he said. My first instinct? Irritation. Something is throwing trash at me. But look at the review. A squirrel is eating. Gravity pulls the shells down. I'm underneath. There's no malice, no personal attack, just physics and biology. You seem to be overthinking it. At first, but repetition creates a habit. Yesterday, a driver cut me off and almost caused an accident. 10 years ago, I would have followed him, looking for a confrontation. Yesterday, I noticed my hands clenching the steering wheel, felt the heat rising in my chest, and asked myself, what would this anger accomplish? Would it make me a better driver? Would it undo the near accident? He stood up and walked over to a large flat rock with charcoal marks on the surface. Another exercise. Write down your fear. I picked up the charcoal. After hesitating, I wrote, failure. Too abstract. Be more specific. Losing my job. Better. Now write down what you can control in that situation. I stood there, charcoal in hand. My performance. My effort. The development of my skills. What can't you control? Company decisions, the economic situation, office politics. Look at what you've written, he said. How much mental energy do you devote to each category? The truth hurt. I spent most of my time worrying about the things on the second list. The Stoics had a phrase, Marcus continued, ta ephemin, ta ok ephemin, what depends on us, what does not depend on us. It's a simple division, but it changes everything. Look. He picked up the charcoal and drew 2 circles on the stone. In one he wrote, my thoughts, my actions, my responses, my values. In the other, the opinions of others, external events, the past, the future. All the turmoil in your life comes from confusing these circles, from trying to control what is not yours and neglecting what is. A memory from his previous life flashed through his mind. In Afghanistan, when your partner was shot, weren't you angry? He clenched his jaw slightly. Rage, pure, black rage, at the shooter, at the command for sending us there, at God, if he existed. But rage at what? At reality? The bullet had already followed its trajectory. The wound already existed. My rage couldn't turn back time. He wiped the stone with his sleeve. So I did what I could control. I applied pressure. I kept him talking. I measured my steps to conserve energy to carry him. The rage was still there. I'm not a machine. But I didn't let it take over. I put reason in the driver's seat and left the rage in the back seat. How long did it take you to learn that? I'm still learning. But this is what changed everything. Negative visualization. The Stoics called it premeditatio malorum, imagining loss before it happens. He sat back down, his gaze lost in thought. Every morning after my workout, I spend 10 minutes imagining losses, that my business fails, that my health deteriorates, that people I love die, not to torture myself, but to prepare myself. When you've mentally rehearsed disaster, reality loses its power to surprise you. That sounds pessimistic. It's the opposite. When you face the worst in your mind, you stop fearing it. You can truly enjoy what you have because you're not constantly defending yourself against loss. The things you cling to so tightly, you've already practiced letting go. A truck roared down the distant highway, and black diesel smoke drifted toward us. I started to cover my nose, but Marcus was breathing normally. "Another opportunity," he said. "An unpleasant stimulus. The natural response is aversion, but what if I choose curiosity? What does diesel smell like when I pay attention? Neither good nor bad, just information." "You can't decide that something isn't unpleasant." "No, but I can decide what to do with the unpleasant." Epictetus was a slave. Real chains, real beatings. He said, "It is not things themselves that disturb us, but our judgments about them. Smells are just molecules. My nose detects them. Everything else, the disgust, the anger toward the driver, the concern about pollution, is mine." He took out his notebook again and turned to a page full of marks. "Every time I realize I'm adding a story to reality, I make a mark. I started with hundreds a day. Now, maybe dozens. Progress, not perfection." Marcus reached into his backpack and pulled out a second notebook, this one worn leather with a broken clasp. "Evening ritual," he said, handing it to me. "All the Stoic emperors, philosophers, slaves, they all did it. Marcus Aurelius called it to himself. Mine is less poetic." I opened it. Every page was filled with tight handwriting, with entries going back years. It wasn't a diary, it was something else. Questions and answers, repeated patterns. "The same 3 questions every night," he explained. "What did I do well today? What did I do wrong? What could I do differently tomorrow?" I read an entry from 6 months ago. "Good. I stayed calm during the argument with the supplier. I focused on solutions, not on blaming anyone." Bad. I snapped at Sarah about the dishes. I let tiredness be an excuse to be harsh. Tomorrow, apologize to her properly. Set a timer to take a break when I notice I'm tired. "It sounds simple," I said. "Simple to write. Hard to do. The first month, I wanted to quit every night. No one likes to see their failures written in ink." He picked up the journal and flipped through the previous pages. The handwriting was different, aggressive, slanted. "Look at this. 3 years ago." He read aloud. "Bad. I lost my temper with the store clerk. I made a scene over an expired coupon. I acted like a child." We all have bad days. No, I had bad habits. Look. He turned the pages slowly. The supermarket incident, road rage, the argument with the neighbor, the argument with my brother. See? Same anger, different targets. Without writing it down, I could pretend each case was isolated. On paper, the pattern screamed at me. A crow landed nearby and pecked at something in the grass. Marcus watched it. "The journal isn't for judgment. It's for recording data, input and output, triggers and responses. Once you see the patterns, you can break them." He showed me another page, this one with a diagram. Arrows connected words. Hunger, irritability, conflict, shame, isolation. It took me 50 entries to realize every time I skipped lunch, I picked a fight at dinner. Not because I was right about what made me angry, but because my blood sugar was low. The primitive brain was hijacking the rational mind. "So now you eat lunch?" "I do. But more importantly, I recognize the signal. When irritability rises, I check. When did I last eat? Have I slept? Have I exercised? Often, justified anger is nothing more than biology demanding attention. He took out a pen and started writing in today's entry as we talked. "Another exercise," he said as he wrote. "Morning pages. 3 pages of automatic writing right after I wake up. No editing, no stopping, just dump everything on paper. What's the point? Clear the cache. Your mind goes round and round all night, processing, worrying, planning. If you don't clear it out, that noise stays with you all day. 3 pages, and suddenly the urgent worry about the mortgage becomes words on paper instead of a weight on your chest. I watched him write, his hand moving steadily across the page. Seneca had a different method, he continued. Every night he sat down to judge himself. He was the prosecutor and the defendant. Today you spoke too harshly to that man. What was your intention? Were you correcting him for his own good, or were you asserting your dominance for your own? Harsh. Necessary. We are experts at deceiving ourselves. The journal strips us of that. We can't hide from the ink. He finished writing and showed me the entry. Good. I kept my composure during the price negotiation. I recognized the tightness in my chest as a signal, not a command. Bad. I rushed through breakfast. I chose efficiency over presence. Tomorrow, eat without my phone. Savor my food. That's it? I asked. Breakfast is your big improvement? It's all practice. The way you eat breakfast is the way you do everything. Rushed, distracted, always somewhere else. Or present, deliberate, mindful. The small moments train you for the big ones. He pulled out a third notebook, smaller, which fit in the palm of his hand. Carry a notebook, he explained, for real-time observation. If anger arises, write it down immediately. What triggered it? What story did you tell yourself? What did your body feel? Don't wait until nighttime. Capture it in the moment. The pages were filled with brief notes, timestamps, and random phrases. 10:47 a.m. A client questioned my expertise. I felt heat in my face. Story. He thinks I'm incompetent. Reality. He asked me a question. 2:15 p.m. Traffic jam. Tense shoulders. Story. I'm going to be late. My day is ruined. Reality. I'll get there when I get there. Exhausting, I said. At first, like learning to walk. Every step requires thinking, but over time, it becomes automatic. You notice the trigger before the explosion. You see the story forming before you believe it. He stood up and stretched his back. There's one last piece. The weekly review. Every Sunday, I read the week's entries. Patterns emerge that are lost in daily reflection. Maybe Tuesday's irritation is related to Monday's bad sleep. Maybe Thursday's breakthrough comes from Wednesday's difficult conversation. And that strengthens willpower. It strengthens awareness, and awareness is the basis of choice. When you see clearly, you can choose deliberately. When you don't see your patterns, they choose for you. The sun had risen and was warming the stones around us. Marcus carefully put his notebooks away, each in its own pocket of his backpack. The Stoics believed that we are all asleep, he said, that we live life as if in a dream, reacting without thinking, driven by impulses we don't understand. The journal is the alarm clock. Marcus led me away from the park to an older part of town. The houses grew smaller and the gardens less well tended. He stopped in front of a weather-beaten bungalow with peeling paint and a garden that looked more productive than decorative. "It's mine," he said, pushing open a door that didn't lock properly. Inside, the contrast with what I expected was immediate, almost empty rooms. A kitchen with 3 plates, 3 bowls, and 3 cups. A living room with a chair, a lamp, and a bookshelf. No television, no decorations, just space and light. Extreme, I dared to say. Precise. He filled a kettle with water. Every object here has a function, nothing more. I looked around, trying to imagine myself living like this. My own apartment was full of things I had forgotten I owned. It started differently, Marcus said, placing the kettle on a single-burner stove. A house full of stuff. Appliances, furniture, clothes I never wore. Every object seemed important when I bought it. Together, they were suffocating me. He opened a cupboard. A pot, a pan, a knife. The experiment began with a flood. The basement storage room was destroyed. The insurance company asked me for a list of damaged items. It took me 3 days to remember what was in there. 3 days, and I still couldn't remember half of it. Things I had paid for, moved twice, stored carefully, and completely forgotten about. The kettle began to boil slowly. If I could forget them so easily, why did I have them? He took out his 3 cups and examined them as if it were important to choose one. He selected 2. So, I tried something. I put everything that wasn't absolutely necessary into boxes. I labeled them with dates. I told myself, if I need something, I'll take it out. After 6 months, whatever's left in the boxes goes. And 6 months. I opened 2 boxes. I got rid of 47. The kettle whistled. He poured water over the tea bags, real tea bags, not the elaborate loose-leaf concoction I expected from someone so meticulous. But this is what happened in those 6 months. Without the clutter, my mind calmed down. Without 15 options for what to wear, mornings became simple. Without gadgets that demanded updates and attention, evenings became peaceful. We sat on the floor, as there was only 1 chair, and drank our tea. The room seemed larger than my apartment, even though it was half the size. Consumer culture educates us backwards, Marcus continued. They say that more choices equal more freedom. But every choice drains your willpower. Every possession demands attention, cleaning, organizing, maintaining, protecting. It's death by 1,000 little obligations. An ant crawled across the floor. He watched it as it moved around his foot. The Stoics understood this. Epictetus had a lamp, a cot, and a mat. When thieves stole his lamp, he bought a cheaper one made of clay. That way he had less to worry about losing. "But you work in luxury furniture. Isn't that a bit hypocritical?" He laughed, the first time I had ever heard him do so. "I build beautiful things for people who want them, but I don't confuse creation with possession. I can appreciate craftsmanship without needing to own it. It's like admiring a sunset without trying to capture it." He stood up and walked over to his only bookshelf. There were about 30 books, no more. These survived the purge. I've read each one at least 3 times. If a book isn't worth rereading, why keep it? That's what libraries are for. I picked one up, Meditations by Marcus Aurelius, naturally. The pages were marked, annotated, worn from use. "This is the opposite of minimalism as an aesthetic," he said. "Instagram minimalism, expensive emptiness, simplicity of design. That's just another form of consumption. This is about functionality. What serves the life I want to live stays. Everything else goes." Don't you get bored? Do you get bored playing guitar if you play it every day? Do you get bored doing push-ups if they keep you strong? Boredom comes from looking for novelty on the outside instead of depth on the inside. He showed me his closet. 5 identical t-shirts, 2 pairs of pants, a pair of shoes, and some work boots. Decision fatigue is real. Every choice you don't have to make is willpower you save for the decisions that matter. I get up, grab my clothes, and go. I don't stand there debating which t-shirt matches my mood. Like Jobs with his turtlenecks. Except I don't sell anything. It's not a statement. It's just practical. We moved on to his workshop behind the house. Here at last there was complexity, but it was organized with a purpose. Every tool had its place, and each served a specific function. "This is where the money goes," he said, running his hand over a hand planer. "Quality tools that last for decades. It's better to have one excellent chisel than 10 mediocre ones." "So you're not totally against possessions?" "I'm against mindless accumulation. Every tool here earns its place through use. If something isn't used for a while, it goes to someone who needs it." He picked up a saw and checked its weight. People think simplicity is synonymous with deprivation. It's about clarity. When you remove the unnecessary, what's left is more valuable. A good knife, well sharpened, works better than a drawer full of dull knives. "But what about joy and beauty? Doesn't life become austere?" Marcus walked over to the window. His garden stretched out before him, vegetables in neat rows, a single apple tree. "See that tree? In the spring it blooms. 2 weeks of absolute beauty. Then it goes back to being a tree. The flowers are more precious because they are fleeting. If it bloomed all year round, I wouldn't notice them." He turned to me. "Simplicity creates space for true joy. When you're not drowning in possessions, you notice things. The light coming through the windows, the weight of a well-made tool, the taste of simple food when you're really hungry. And that strengthens willpower. It removes what weakens it. Every possession is a micro-decision. Do I keep it or throw it away? Clean it or ignore it? Upgrade it or maintain it? Multiply that by hundreds of objects, and you're exhausted before you start the day." He led me back outside, through his garden. The Stoics called it indifferent preferences. Nice things are pleasant, but they're not necessary for a good life. Once you truly understand that, possessions lose their power over you. You can enjoy them without depending on them. The cafe erupted into chaos. A businessman's laptop broke down, taking his presentation with it. He stood there, his face darkening from pink to crimson, clenching and unclenching his hands as if he wanted to strangle the device back to life. 3 months of work, he repeated. 3 months. I watched him from my table in the corner, remembering Marcus's words about choice. The man had maybe 5 seconds before his response crystallized into action. 5 seconds in which everything was suspended. He chose anger. The laptop flew across the room and crashed into the brick wall. Coffee cups flew through the air. A child began to cry. The man stormed out, leaving behind a mess of silicon and stunned silence. "That's going to be an expensive choice," said a voice beside me. Dr. Sarah Chen, a philosophy professor at the local university, sat down in the chair next to me without being invited. I had interviewed her months ago about modern applications of ancient wisdom. "Not just the laptop," she continued, assessing the damage. "Reputation, relationships, self-respect. A moment when you choose anger over reason and the bill keeps coming." Devil's advocate, maybe he needed to release that anger. She stirred her tea thoughtfully. Release implies that the anger was trapped inside, waiting. But anger isn't stored, it's created. In that interval between the laptop breaking and the laptop being thrown, he built up that anger, choice after choice. First, the interpretation. This is a disaster. Then the blame. This shouldn't have happened. Then the justification. I have every right to be furious. Each micro-choice added fuel to the fire, until the explosion seemed inevitable. You make it sound calculated. Not calculated, habitual. We think we make a dozen important decisions a day. In reality, we make thousands of micro-decisions, each of which shapes the next. William James called it the stream of consciousness, but it's really more like a river of decisions. Every thought we pursue or abandon, every emotion we feed or deprive, is a decision. He pulled out a worn notebook, its pages filled with observations. I've been keeping track. Yesterday, at 7:15 in the morning, the alarm went off. Decision number 1, hit snooze or get up. I get up. Decision number 2, check my phone immediately or wait until I finish my coffee. I wait. Decision number 3, coffee with sugar or black. Black, a small decision, but I choose delayed gratification over immediate pleasure. By 7:20, I've made 15 conscious decisions. Each one is small, but they set the course for the day. It's exhausting to keep track of everything. That's the thing. Most decisions are made unconsciously. We run on autopilot and then wonder why we ended up somewhere we didn't want to be. The Stoics understood this. They made the unconscious conscious and the automatic deliberate. A waitress approached to clean up the remains of the laptop, moving carefully around the sharp edges. "Look at her," Sarah whispered. "See how she chooses her response?" The waitress worked methodically, unhurried, not getting upset about the extra work. When she found an intact memory card among the debris, she carefully tucked it into her pocket. She could choose resentment, Sarah observed. Minimum wage, dealing with someone else's tantrum. Instead, she chooses professionalism, even compassion, saving the data she can. Maybe she just doesn't care. Not caring is also a choice, but look at her face. She's present, engaged. It's a conscious choice, not indifference. Sarah turned to me. Every choice is a vote for who you're becoming. The businessman voted to be someone who destroys things when he gets frustrated. The waitress voted to be someone who fixes things no matter whose fault it is. Thousands of these votes. And in the end, the election is decided. You become what you consistently choose. But some choices matter more than others. Yes and no. Marcus Aurelius wrote about this. The discipline of choice. The big decisions, career, marriage, ethics, are like constitutional amendments. They set the framework. But everyday decisions are like case law, which determines how those principles are actually applied. He flipped through his notebook. Here, Tuesday, 2 p.m. A student comes to my office and wants an extension on an assignment. His grandmother died, the third this semester, which is extraordinary. The big decision would be the program policy. No extensions are granted. But in the moment, I have to make micro-decisions. Do I choose cynicism or the benefit of the doubt? Do I choose rigid rules or flexible principles? I gave him 3 days and told him to bring the obituary. It turned out that the grandmother was real. My decision to trust, even skeptically, meant that he didn't have to go through grief and panic at the same time. What if he had lied? Then my decision would still be mine. His deception would not make my compassion retroactively wrong. This is what the Stoics understood by discipline of choice. You choose based on your values, not on outcomes you cannot control. The businessman returned, embarrassed, looking at the floor where his laptop had fallen. "The memory card," said the waiter simply, handing it to him. His face broke into a look of relief. The presentation? Inauthentic. The next decision hung in the air. He could minimize the moment. A quick thank you and run away, or he could own it completely. "I'm sorry," he said firmly. "That was unforgivable. How much do I owe you for the damage?" "It happens more than you think," replied the waiter. "We have a graveyard of laptops in the back." He took out his wallet and left what looked like $100 tip. "Second chances," Sarah muttered as he walked away. He made a better choice the second time around. Sarah's eyes followed the businessman to the door and then returned to me with an intensity that made me shift in my chair. "That tip, what did you think of it?" "Generous, trying to make up for the damage. Or trying to buy absolution, money as moral currency." She tapped her notebook. "This is where most people get Stoicism wrong. They think it's about controlling your emotions, developing willpower, becoming mentally strong. But that's like saying boxing is about having strong fists. You don't understand anything." "And what is it?" "Virtue. Everything else, willpower, discipline, emotional control, are just tools. Virtue is the only true good." I must have looked skeptical because she laughed, but not maliciously. "I know how it sounds. My students look at me the same way when I tell them their grades don't really matter. But think about it. That businessman has willpower. He runs a company, gets up at 5 a.m. to go to the gym, never misses a deadline. Yet he smashed his laptop like a little kid. Why? Because his willpower serves the wrong master." The cafe had filled up with people coming in for lunch. A mother was struggling with a stroller at the entrance while juggling a crying baby. Without a word, two strangers stood up. One held the door and the other helped with the stroller. Small gestures, barely noticeable. "There," Sarah pointed. "Those people just chose virtue over convenience. No reward, no recognition. The mother won't remember their faces. But in that moment, they aligned their actions with something beyond themselves. Basic courtesy. There's nothing basic about it. Look at how many people pretend not to see someone in distress. We've normalized indifference and call it minding our own business. But the Stoics would say that those two people simply exercised true strength. They chose justice and compassion when selfishness would have been easier." He pulled out a battered copy of Marcus Aurelius, its margins black with notes. "Listen to this. Just do the right thing. The rest doesn't matter. Not do the right thing when it suits you, or when you're being watched, or when you get credit for it. Just do it. Period." Sounds exhausting. Quite the opposite, actually. You know what's exhausting? Constantly calculating the cost-benefit ratio, wondering what other people think, managing your image, protecting your interests. When virtue becomes your guiding star, decisions become simpler, not easier, simpler. A teenager at the next table knocked over his drink and dark coffee spilled onto his textbooks. He turned red and started to panic. "Look," Sarah whispered. The same waiter from earlier appeared with towels, but what was most interesting was what happened at the surrounding tables. A girl offered him the hairdryer from her purse. An older man shared his table and helped spread out the wet pages to dry. The businessman from earlier, who had returned because he had forgotten his phone, lent the boy his tablet so he could continue studying. "Virtue is contagious," Sarah observed. "One person acts virtuously, and that gives others permission to do the same." But here's the crucial part. None of them asked what the teenager had done to deserve help. Virtue is not transactional. But surely consequences matter. Results matter. For whom? If you help someone and they turn out to be horrible, does that retroactively tarnish your good deed? The Stoics said that virtue is complete in itself. The moment you choose courage, wisdom, justice, or temperance, you have already triumphed. The outcome is irrelevant to the virtue of the choice. She noticed my expression. I'm not saying you're naive. Wisdom is one of the 4 cardinal virtues. But look, my ex-husband cheated on me for 3 years. People asked me why I didn't see the signs. But I chose to trust, because that's what I wanted in a marriage. His betrayal didn't make my trust foolish. It revealed his lack of virtue, not mine. That's a generous interpretation. It's the only interpretation that allows you to retain your power. The moment you let someone else's actions determine the value of your decisions, you hand over control of your virtue. And virtue is the only thing that is truly yours. The teenager had regained his composure and was trying to thank everyone who had helped him. "Just return the favor," said the businessman, and I caught Sarah's small smile. "See, he's learning. The tantrum over the laptop taught him something about himself that he didn't like. Now he's choosing differently." One good deed doesn't erase the bad ones. No, but virtue isn't a scorecard. It's a practice. Every moment offers a new opportunity to choose virtue. The Stoics called it the eternal present, the only time when virtue can truly exist. He stood up and gathered his things. "Come with me. I want to show you something." We left the cafe and headed toward the university campus. The streets were bustling with lunchtime energy, people rushing, talking on the phone, lost in their private urgencies. "Count the options," Sarah said. "That man, crossing recklessly, choosing convenience over the law. That woman, helping tourists with directions, choosing kindness over efficiency. Every interaction, every decision is a vote for virtue or its absence." We passed a homeless veteran holding a sign explaining his situation. "This is where it gets interesting," Sarah said, stopping. "What does virtue demand here?" I reached for my wallet. "Maybe, but is giving money virtuous or just easy? Does it solve his real need or just our discomfort with his presence?" She crouched down to his eye level. "Are you hungry, or do you just need money?" "Honestly, both, but food would be nice." "There's a sandwich shop around the corner. What do you like?" They had a 5-minute conversation about sandwich preferences, the weather, and changes in the city. She treated him as he was, a person, not a problem to be solved or avoided. "Wisdom to ask what is really needed," she said as we walked to the sandwich shop. "Justice in recognizing his dignity. Courage in engaging when others pass by. Moderation in not focusing on my own feelings. All 4 virtues balanced in a single interaction." We ordered our sandwiches, turkey, Swiss cheese, extra pickles and light mayonnaise, and Sarah paid without ceremony. But she didn't rush back. "The lake metaphor you mentioned earlier," I said, "about acceptance." "Ah, you've been listening." She glanced at her phone. "I have 20 minutes before my next class, just in time." Instead of returning immediately to the veteran, she led me to a small park adjacent to the campus. In the center was an ornamental pond, its surface disturbed only by the occasional landing of a duck. "It used to be bigger," she said, sitting down on a bench. 10 years ago, they filled in half of it to make a parking lot. The community fought back, with petitions, protests, everything you could do. I was one of them. We lost. The remaining water reflected the afternoon sky, with clouds drifting across its surface. For months I came here angry, seeing what they had taken away, what they had destroyed. Then one day I realized that the water didn't care. It simply filled the space it had, perfectly, completely. No memory of what had been lost, no anticipation of further losses. It was simply water. A duck landed, creating ripples on the surface. Within seconds, the water returned to calm. That's acceptance, not resignation. The water hasn't given up being water. It simply takes the form of what it is, not what it was or what it should be. But we're not water. We have memories, expectations, hopes. That's precisely why we have to practice acceptance. Look. He took out his phone and showed me an email. My department just cut my research funding. It's the third time this year. The old me would have spent days writing appeals, harboring resentment and losing sleep. And now? Now I ask myself, what can I control? The quality of the research I have left, my teaching, my response. The funding is gone. That's the shape the container is in now. I can poison the water with resentment, or I can fill the space I have completely and perfectly. The sandwich was getting cold. He stood up. Come on, let's complete the circuit. We returned, and the veteran was gone, his place taken by someone else, younger, with a sign indicating that he was a stranded traveller. Well, said Sarah, looking at the sandwich bag, the universe is teaching us a lesson in acceptance. You seem very calm about wasting all that money and effort. Wasted? I had a conversation with someone whom society ignores. I respected his preferences, even though he's not here to receive them. The virtue is in the choice, remember? The result. She approached the young man. Are you hungry? He narrowed his eyes, suspicious. What's wrong with it? Nothing wrong with it. It's turkey and Swiss cheese with extra pickles. Take it or leave it. He took it, still wary. Sarah walked away without waiting for him to thank her. That's the thing about acceptance, she said as we walked back to campus. It's not passive. I accepted that the veteran was gone and acted on what was there. Acceptance creates space for virtuous action. Resistance only creates resistance. We passed the coffee shop again. Through the window, I could see the businessman from earlier, back in front of his laptop, typing away. He's back in the same spot, I observed. But he's not the same person. That's another aspect of acceptance, allowing change in ourselves and in others. The Stoics called it the discipline of desire. It's not about suppressing desires, but about accepting what is while working toward what could be. Her phone vibrated with a message. She glanced at it, frowned slightly, and deleted it. My ex. He wants to explain things to me. 6 months ago, I would have taken the bait, argued, and demanded answers. Now? She shrugged. I accept that he is who he is. That acceptance doesn't mean I have to participate. Isn't that just avoidance? Does the lake avoid the sky when it doesn't try to fly? Acceptance means recognizing limits, yours and those of reality. I accept that he hurt me. I accept that he may truly be sorry. I also accept that reopening that door doesn't benefit either of us. We arrived at the campus gates. Students were rushing by, hurrying to get to their afternoon classes. You know what I love about teaching? Sarah asked suddenly. Every semester there are new faces. Some are committed, others are just going through the motions. I used to fight against the uninterested ones, taking their apathy personally. Now I accept it. Not everyone needs what I have to offer. My job is to teach to the best of my ability regardless. Water fills the container completely, whether it's a puddle or an ocean. That sounds like it could lead to complacency. Only if you misunderstand acceptance. Look. He pointed to a team of gardeners replanting the flower beds. They accept that winter will kill those plants. Is that why they plant them carelessly? No. Accepting limits makes our efforts more valuable, not less. He glanced at his watch. 5 minutes. I'll leave you with this. Willpower without acceptance is just stubbornness. It's fighting reality instead of working with it. The lake doesn't resist the stone thrown at it. It accepts the impact, creates ripples, and returns to calm. That's not weakness. It's perfect power, applied perfectly. So we accept everything? We accept what is. Then we choose our response with virtue. Acceptance has nothing to do with the future. That's resignation. It's about this moment, right now, as it is. From that clear vision, virtuous action becomes possible. He headed toward his building, but turned back. That veteran. I'll go back and see him. When I do, I'll ask him what he needs in that moment, without burdening him with guilt over the sandwich or assumptions about his situation. Just presence, acceptance, virtue. The metaphor of the lake stuck with me as he disappeared into the building. No forcing, no striving, just filling the available space with a complete presence. Acceptance as the basis for virtuous action, not its opposite. 3 weeks after my conversation with Sarah, I found myself stuck in the old elevator in the university library, between the 3rd and 4th floors. The emergency button produced nothing but a recorded message about the high volume of calls. My phone had no signal. The fluorescent light flickered intermittently. After 20 minutes, panic gave way to a strange calm. Sarah's words about acceptance echoed in my head, but this was different. This was waiting. This was endurance. When maintenance finally freed me 40 minutes later, I stepped out and found Professor Chen from the philosophy department standing there, looking amused. "Ah, our elevator has claimed another victim," he said in his soft accent. "I was stuck in it last month. 2 hours." 2 hours? How did you not go crazy? Come on. He motioned for me to follow him to his office. "I'll make some tea and tell you about rivers." His office was austere compared to most of the professors. A desk, 2 chairs and a few books. A single piece of calligraphy hung on the wall. "Do you know Sarah Winters?" he asked me as he prepared an electric kettle. "We've spoken. She's a good teacher, although very American in her Stoicism, all action and acceptance. She sometimes forgets Wu Wei, not doing, or, better translated, patience as power." He poured hot water over the loose tea leaves and leaned back in his chair while they steeped. "You're watching me fidget," I observed. "I'm watching you want the tea to be ready, but the leaves need time. Your desire doesn't speed up the process. It just adds suffering to the wait. So patience is simply suffering less while you wait." "No." She lifted the strainer and examined the color. It wasn't ready. She put it back in its place. "Patience is understanding that time is an ingredient, like heat, like pressure. Some transformations cannot be rushed." Through the window, I could see the construction of the new science building. It had been under construction for 18 months. "They tried to rush the project," Chen said, following my gaze. "They hired more staff, worked longer hours. You know what happened? The foundations cracked. They had to tear it down and start over. Now they work with the seasons, with the curing time of concrete. Patience isn't slower, impatience is." The tea was ready. He poured 2 cups. "In the elevator, after the panic, what did you feel?" "Frustration. Then, nothing. Just waiting." "Just waiting isn't patience. That's resignation. Patience is active. It's the river that knows it will reach the sea without needing to go around every rock." The tea was too hot. I put it down on the table. "You want to drink, but you wait. That's smart. But are you just waiting, or are you preparing yourself? smelling the aroma, feeling the heat through the cup, anticipating the taste. That's the difference. Patience cultivates preparation. A student knocked on the door. Chen motioned to me with her finger and then shouted, "Office hours are posted, Lin." "But Professor, I just need—" "Tuesday, at 2 o'clock sharp." The footsteps receded. Chen smiled slightly. "Cruel?" she asked. "Or teaching? If I see her now, she'll learn that impatience works. On Tuesday she'll come prepared, with her questions organized. Her impatience would waste both our time. My patience creates value. But what if it's urgent? Then I would say so. Urgency announces itself. Impatience whispers constantly." My tea had cooled enough. The first sip revealed a complexity I would have missed if I had drunk it hot. "I study rivers," Chen said unexpectedly. "Not professionally, as meditation. The Yellow River carved the Grand Canyon over millions of years. Patient work. But the Colorado River also floods violently when the snow melts too quickly. Impatient water destroys. Patient water creates wonders." "Are you saying we should be more like water?" "I'm saying that water teaches. Look." He took out his phone and showed me a video, a time-lapse of a stream through the seasons. Spring, rushing with the thaw. Summer, steady flow. Fall, slower, deeper. Winter, some parts freeze, others flow under the ice. The river never stops being a river, but it knows when to run, when to gather, when to wait. So patience changes depending on the circumstances. Patience responds to reality. Your elevator, there's nothing to do but wait. But imagine you're stuck while your son is in surgery. Same elevator, but different patience is required. One is enduring discomfort. The other is enduring necessary suffering. Both require strength, but of a different kind. He took out a chess set and began placing the pieces. "Do you play?" "Barely." "Perfect. Make a move." I pushed a pawn forward. He studied the board for a full minute before responding. Another pawn. "Your turn." I moved quickly. He waited the same amount of time again. "You take the same amount of time regardless of the complexity," I observed. "I'm teaching my mind that patience is a discipline, not a reaction. Simple moves deserve consideration. Complex moves deserve patience. Rushing through the simple ones leads to overlooking things. Overthinking the complex ones leads to paralysis." We played in silence for several moves. I realized that I was slowing down the game, not out of strategy, but out of something else, a sense of the rhythm of the game. "There you go," Chen said. "You feel it. Patience isn't about time. It's about presence. You're not waiting for your turn, you're participating in the unfolding of the game." He made a castling move I hadn't seen coming. "You could have done that 4 moves ago," he said, "but then your pieces weren't in a position to learn from it. Patience isn't just being prepared, it's being prepared for the moment." Through the window, workers were leaving the construction site. Time to go home. "They'll be back tomorrow," Chen observed. "A patient job, every beam, every rivet, with a deadline but no rush. The building rises at the pace of physics, not desire." The chess game ended as expected, with Chen winning, but something lingered in my mind as I left his office. That weekend, I began to notice patience everywhere, or rather, its absence. Saturday morning. The line at the coffee shop stretched to the door. The woman in front of me checked her phone every 10 seconds, shifting her weight from one foot to the other, and sighing. When it was her turn, she still hadn't decided what to order. "What's good here?" The barista's smile tightened. Behind us, collective frustration spread through the line. I thought of Chen's chess moves. Each customer was a turn, the line a slow game. I stopped looking at the time and started observing. The barista's expert movements, the steam coming out of the espresso machine, a child at a corner table coloring carefully inside the lines. My turn came. I ordered, paid, and waited at the counter. The woman from before was next to me, still agitated. "They take forever," she muttered. "It's a busy morning." "I have yoga in 20 minutes. I had spent 15 minutes in line for a coffee before going to yoga, a class that I assumed would be about mindfulness. The irony wasn't lost on me, but I kept quiet. My name was called. As I left, I heard her complain that the foam design was taking too long. At the grocery store, I deliberately chose the longest line to pay. It was an experiment. The elderly man at the register counted out the exact change, dropping coins and apologizing repeatedly. The woman behind me placed the divider bar with unnecessary force, in a passive-aggressive manner. I helped the man pick up his coins. "No rush," I said, and I meant it. He smiled. "My fingers aren't what they used to be." "Neither are mine, from all the typing." We shared a moment of connection that wouldn't have happened if he had paid faster. The woman behind me exhaled sharply. I turned around. "It's a beautiful day," I said. She blinked, surprised. "Yes. Yes, it is." Her shoulders relaxed slightly. The tension didn't disappear, but it lessened. When it was my turn, the cashier seemed relieved. "Thank you," she said quietly. "He comes every Saturday. He's a lovely man, but people get nasty. Patience doesn't cost anything, but it costs time." Time was going to pass anyway. She pondered this as she scanned my items. On Sunday, I got a flat tire, 40 minutes of waiting for roadside assistance. The old me would have driven around, called repeatedly to find out how things were going, and ruined my morning with frustration. Instead, I sat on the curb and watched the traffic. Every car contained a story, a destination, a mood. Those in a hurry, zigzagging between lanes, rarely got very far. The calm drivers kept their pace without stressing. It was such an obvious metaphor that it seemed like a cliché, but it was true. The tow truck arrived. The driver apologized for the delay. "No problem. It gave me time to think." At this point, most people are cursing. Most people think 40 minutes is wasted time. I had 40 minutes of unexpected peace. He laughed. "Are you a monk or something?" "A student, maybe." That night, my roommate Jordan was cooking, as usual, catastrophically. The fire alarm was ringing, the pasta water was boiling over, and the sauce was burning. She was standing in the middle of the chaos, on the verge of tears. "I can't do this. I'm ordering pizza." "Wait." I turned off the stove, opened the windows, and reset the alarm. "Start over, slowly." "But it's already 8 o'clock. And in an hour it'll be 9, whether you've eaten well or poorly." We started again. Fresh water, lower heat. I guided her through each step without taking control, just setting the pace. The sauce needed to be stirred occasionally for 20 minutes. She wanted to do it quickly. But I'm hungry. Hunger makes everything taste better. Let it cook. She was restless, checking the sauce every 2 minutes until I suggested we prepare the salad. Busy hands, patient mind. When we finally ate, she was amazed. "It's really good." "You had all the skills. You just needed patience to use them." "I hate waiting." "You weren't waiting. You were cooking. Waiting is passive. Patience is active." Monday's department meeting tested everyone. Quarterly reviews, budget cuts, the usual academic theatre. Professor Hendricks launched into his usual 20-minute rant about parking. The others checked their phones under the table, fidgeted, mentally checked out. I practiced presence. I realized that Hendricks' real concern wasn't parking, but feeling ignored. His complaints were pleas for recognition. When he finally finished, I spoke up. The parking situation affects our ability to serve students efficiently. He looked surprised, then grateful. The meeting moved faster after that. His need for attention had been met. As I walked back, Chen appeared at my side. Interesting technique. It wasn't. Patience isn't just about holding back. Sometimes it's about getting involved. You gave him what he needed, and the meeting moved forward. Impatience would have provoked a fight, created resistance, and prolonged the suffering. It seemed manipulative to me. Was it? Or were you working with reality rather than against it? Hendricks is a force like the weather. You can get angry about the rain or carry an umbrella. That night, I was stuck in traffic. Construction had reduced 3 lanes to 1. Horns were honking. Drivers were gesticulating. The radio reported a 15-minute delay. 15 minutes. Nothing in the grand scheme of things. Yet, all around me, people were acting as if they had been robbed. I turned off the radio, rolled down the windows, and listened to the city. Fragments of music from other cars, conversations on the sidewalks, a crow on a lamppost, unperturbed by our human urgency. The traffic moved when it moved. I arrived when I arrived. The meeting I was heading to started without me, and the world didn't end. "Sorry," I said, taking a seat. "Traffic?" "Yes, but also training." Confused looks, but we continued. I noticed that my calmness affected the energy in the room. Patience, it seemed, was contagious, like impatience, but softer. The end of the semester brought chaos. Final exam week, deadlines for submitting grades, students begging for extensions. The old me would have tried to control everything. Rigid schedules, no exceptions, ironclad control over every detail. Instead, I sat in my office on Wednesday morning, watching the rain streak across the window, and made a different decision. "Professor, please, I just need 2 more days." Ashley was standing at my office door, exhausted. It was the 3rd request of the week from different students. "What happened? My mother is in the hospital. I've been going back and forth trying to study in the waiting rooms, but—" "Turn it in when you can." She blinked. "Really? Your mother's health isn't negotiable. Deadlines are." "But the program says—" "The program assumes normal circumstances. These are not normal circumstances." After she left, I opened my notebook and added a note. "Flexibility granted due to family emergency. The university required documentation for extensions. I'd deal with that if they asked. Some battles weren't worth fighting." My phone vibrated. Sarah, cancelling dinner again. The 3rd time this month. The familiar wave of frustration rose and then subsided. I couldn't control her schedule, her priorities, her decisions. I could control my response. "No problem. Let me know when you can." Short, clean, no passive aggression, no guilt. The 3 dots appeared and disappeared several times. Finally, "You're not mad?" "Why would I be?" "You always get mad when I cancel." That was before. Before what? I considered explaining it to him. The philosophy, the practice, the slow realization that controlling others was like holding water. The harder you squeezed, the less there was. Instead I said, before I learned to let it go. That afternoon, the office printer broke down. 20 co-workers in various states of panic. Final exams to print, materials they needed, technology failing at the worst possible moment. I watched them rush around, blame each other, and demand immediate solutions. "This is unacceptable," Professor Martinez exclaimed. "I need this printed right now." The IT technician, barely 20 years old, looked like he was about to cry. "I called tech support. They'll be here tomorrow." "Tomorrow is too late," I intervened. "There's a print shop 2 blocks away." "That's irrelevant. This should work." "Should is irrelevant. It doesn't work." Martinez directed his anger at me. "That's easy for you to say. You've probably already printed everything." "No, but I'll go to the print shop instead of arguing with reality." The walk was pleasant. The air was fresh and the windows were decorated with Christmas motifs. The owner of the print shop, Mr. Kim, recognized me. "Has the university printer broken down again?" "Every year, like clockwork." "Good for my business." He served me efficiently. "You're very calm for exam week." "Panic won't fix the printer." Most of your classmates don't share that philosophy. 3 professors came in this morning, and they were all acting like it was the end of the world. Maybe for them it is. Back at the office, I ran into Chen at the door. "I hear you're handing out extensions freely." "When it's justified." "The administration won't like that." "The administration doesn't teach these students." He studied me. "You've changed." "Really? Or is it just that I've stopped trying to control everything?" "Isn't that the same thing?" Thursday brought a snowstorm. The university delayed opening but didn't cancel. Half my morning class was absent. Those who did attend seemed miserable, stressed about missing other classes and worried about traffic later. "Let's make this optional," I announced. "I'll post the class online. Go home safely." "But attendance is mandatory," someone said. "According to whom?" "According to the syllabus." "Which I wrote, and now I'm revising." They left, grateful. I recorded the class in an empty, eerily quiet room. Talking to imaginary students seemed more honest than forcing those who had to be elsewhere to attend. That night, Jordan was devastated about her thesis. It was due in a week, she hadn't finished it yet, and her advisor was being difficult. "He keeps changing what he wants. First it's too broad, then too specific. I can't win." "You're trying to control his opinion." "I'm trying to pass." "Those are different things. You control the work. He controls the evaluation." "That's scary." "Or it's liberating. Do your best work. Leave the rest." I wasn't convinced. I understood. The illusion of control seemed safer than reality. We want to believe that our efforts guarantee results, that proper planning prevents problems, that we can control all the variables. My father called on Friday night. Mom was reorganizing his office again, throwing away papers he wanted to keep. He doesn't respect my space. "Tell her." "I already have. She doesn't listen to me." "Then you've done what you can." "That's it? That's your advice?" "What other choice is there? Force her? Fight constantly? Move out." Silence. Then, "When did you become so philosophical?" "When I got tired of fighting things I couldn't change." "That sounds like giving up." "It feels like freedom." Saturday morning yoga class. The instructor, Marie, talked about surrender, not defeat, but liberation. The pose was challenging, a deep twist that required balance and flexibility. "Don't force it," she said. "Let your body find the way." I tried hard, controlling every micro movement. I wobbled and fell. I started again. This time I focused on my breathing and let my body adjust naturally. The pose came effortlessly. "Perfect," Marie said as she passed by. "Control is overrated." After class, I had coffee with Tom. He was complaining about his teenage son. "He doesn't listen. He breaks curfew. He thinks he knows everything." Sounds familiar. Were you like that? All teenagers are. What do I do? Love him. Set boundaries. Let the rest go. That's not enough. It's all there is. Tom wanted more. A strategy, a solution, a way to control his son's decisions. I recognized the desperation, the fear that letting go meant losing him. Sunday morning arrived, fresh and bright. I was sitting at the kitchen table, grading tests, when my mind drifted to next semester's course schedule, then to yesterday's conversation with Tom, then to tomorrow's faculty meeting. The red pen hovered over a student's essay, motionless. 20 minutes passed. I hadn't graded a single paper. My coffee had gone cold. Outside, the birds were singing their morning chorus, unnoticed until then. The essay in front of me, Sarah Chen's analysis of Thoreau, waited patiently. I had read the first paragraph 3 times without understanding a single word. I put down the pen. I took a breath. I picked it up again. Sarah's thesis was clear. Isolation breeds clarity. I focused on every word, every argument she made. Her sentences became clearer. A comma was missing here, a brilliant idea there. The paper came together when I stopped being somewhere else. One paper, then another. The pile steadily decreased. No looking at my phone, no distractions, just ink on paper, thoughts evaluated, comments written. 3 hours flew by. The doorbell broke my concentration. Mrs. Patterson, my neighbor, was holding a package that had been delivered to the wrong address. "I hope I'm not disturbing you." "Just proofreading." "On a Sunday, teachers never rest." She paused for a moment. "Could you do me a favor? My grandson is applying to college. Could you take a look at his essay?" The old me would have agreed immediately or made up an excuse. Instead, I replied, "I'm busy. Would you ask me tonight?" She looked surprised, but nodded. After she left, I went back to grading. I didn't feel guilty about saying no. I didn't think about what I would say to her later. I just read Sarah Chen's conclusion about finding peace in solitude. That afternoon, I visited the sculpture garden in the city centre. A new exhibition featured an artist working live, a woman carving marble with traditional tools. The crowd watched her as she carved, each stroke deliberate. "How long will it take?" someone asked. She didn't look up. "As long as it takes." "But surely you have a deadline." Chop, chop. The stone came away with precision. The stone decides. I stayed after the others had left. Her concentration was absolute. There were no hurried movements despite the audience. She gave no explanation of her process, only the hammer striking the chisel and the chisel striking the stone over and over again. "You're still here," she said after an hour. "It's meditative watching you work. Most people get bored. Most people are looking for the end product." He paused and examined the grain of the stone. "The process is the product." Very zen, very practical. If I think about the finished sculpture, I miss the crack that could split it all apart. This blow, he demonstrated, is all there is. On the way home, I noticed things that normally go unnoticed. The worn bricks of the oldest building in the centre. A child's chalk drawing, half washed away by the rain. The particular sound my shoes made when they hit different surfaces, concrete, asphalt, gravel. My phone vibrated repeatedly. I didn't answer it. At home, 5 messages were waiting for me. Tom wanted to continue our conversation. A co-worker asked me about tomorrow's meeting. My mother asked me about plans for Christmas. Everyone was pulling me toward past or future concerns. Instead, I made dinner. Cutting the vegetables became an exercise in presence, the weight of the knife, the resistance of the onion and then its surrender, the sizzle of the ingredients as they came into contact with the hot oil. I didn't plan the week's menu. I didn't replay the morning's conversations. I just cooked. The food tasted different when you paid attention to it. The flavors, which normally blurred together due to distraction, were clearly distinguishable. In the evening, Mrs. Patterson returned. I read her grandson's essay at my front door, completely focused on her words. I didn't think about my interrupted evening or the next day's obligations. "It's very good," I said. "But here," pointing to the 3rd paragraph, "he's getting off track. Tell him to be more specific. Give specific examples." "That's helpful. Thank you." The conclusion also needs work. He's summarizing when he should be synthesizing. She took notes enthusiastically. When she left, I felt no residual obligation, no mental residue. The interaction had been complete. Monday's faculty meeting usually provoked preemptive frustration. This time, I walked in without rehearsing arguments or predicting conflicts. Chen proposed budget cuts. Martinez complained about classroom technology. I listened without preparing retorts. When asked for my opinion on reducing library hours, I considered the question itself, not the politics behind it, nor the implications for next year. Just, would this serve our students now? The data shows that peak usage is between 7 a.m. and midnight. It makes sense to reduce the morning hours. "That's surprisingly pragmatic," Chen said. "It's just math." After the meeting, Jordan caught me in the hallway. My advisor loved the revised thesis. He said it was focused and clear. Good. I stopped trying to anticipate his objections. I just wrote what I believed. That's easier. Scary, but easier. Tuesday's classes went differently. Instead of watching the clock, I watched my students. Rebecca's confusion during the class on transcendentalism. Mark's sudden understanding of Emerson's metaphor of transparency. Little moments that are usually lost in my mental timeline. During office hours, a student was crying because she had failed another class. It wasn't mine. It was organic chemistry. She wanted to quit medical school. My parents will be devastated. And are you devastated? Relieved? Is that terrible? It's honest. But I've wasted 3 years. Really? Or have you learned what you don't want? She thought about it. I never looked at it that way. It's hard to think clearly when you're living with your parents' future disappointment. Wednesday highlighted the stone carver's observation. Teaching became carving. Each question was a chisel stroke. Each discussion revealed a vein. There was no rush to finish the semester. No need to obsess over past failures. Just this concept, this student, this moment of potential understanding. The present moment was not peaceful. It was full, dense with real experiences rather than mental noise. Thursday's mail brought the letter I had been dreading. The University Budget Committee had eliminated my research grant, 3 years of work on the paradox of consciousness without funding. The polite language could not hide the message. My work was not valuable enough. I sat with the letter, feeling the initial sting. Then I remembered something Marcus Aurelius wrote during the Antonine Plague, when death surrounded him daily. The impediment to action drives action. What stands in the way becomes the way. That night, I called David. Last year, he had lost his permanent teaching position and was now teaching at a vocational training center. How did you cope? At first, very badly. I spent 2 months drunk and feeling sorry for myself. And then, I realized I was free. No more political games, no more writing articles to please committees, just teaching. Do you miss it? I miss the idea, not the reality. The rejection of the scholarship seems like a verdict on my worth. It's a verdict on your profitability. They're totally different things. After hanging up, I took out my grandfather's diary. He had written it during his time as a prisoner of war. I had avoided reading it for years. It was too harsh, too real. Now seemed like the right time. His entries were brief and factual. I've lost 10 kilos this month. Johnson died of dysentery. The guards took our blankets. But between the stark observations, something else emerged. I taught math to keep my mind sharp. I organized a chess tournament with pebbles. Murphy's joke about soup made everyone laugh. He didn't deny the horror. He found a way to act within it. Friday brought another test. Rebecca, my brightest student, plagiarized her final paper. The evidence was irrefutable. Entire paragraphs copied from an obscure philosophy blog. I panicked, she told me in my office. I had to turn everything in at once. My mother is sick. I just couldn't think. The protocol was clear. Report it. Automatic failure. Possible expulsion. What would you do in my place? She looked at me in surprise. I'd follow the rules? Really? Or would you think about what the rules are trying to teach you? That cheating has consequences. What else? She thought about it. That integrity is more important than grades. Do you believe that? I want to believe it. Then let's start there. You'll rewrite the paper. For now, you'll leave it incomplete. And you'll give a presentation to the class on academic integrity, why it's important, why you violated it, and what you learned. That's humiliating. It's responsibility. She left shaken, but not defeated. Adversity would teach her what comfort couldn't. Saturday's workshop at the community center focused on resilience. Tom had asked me to talk about Stoic principles to people facing unemployment. Has anyone here chosen to lose their job? I asked. No one raised their hand, but you are all choosing how to respond. That's where your power lies. A woman interrupted me. That's easy to say when you have a job. I lost my research funding this week. It's different, but the principle is the same. So we're all screwed. We all face obstacles. The question is, do we let them define us or refine us? A man named Carlos spoke up. I've worked on the plant floor for 18 years. This isn't refinement, it's destruction. Of what? Of my life. Of my identity. Were you just a plant worker? He bristled. I was good at what I did. Sure, but was that all you were? I was the breadwinner for my family. In the past tense, he paused. I'm still a father, a husband. What else? I coach a little league baseball team. I fix my neighbor's cars. The plant closure destroyed one function. The others are still there, and there are new ones to discover. You make it sound so easy. I make it seem possible. There's a difference. After the workshop, Carlos stayed behind. My grandfather survived the Great Depression. He never complained, never made excuses. He just worked. That's a different kind of strength. Is it? He faced what came his way. He didn't waste energy on self-pity. Sounds stoic to me. Sunday dinner with my mother revealed another lesson. She had been diagnosed with arthritis. Her hands, those skilled instruments that had played the piano professionally, were now betraying her. The doctor says it will get worse. How are you coping? I'm learning to play differently. Simpler pieces. I focus on phrasing rather than technique. Isn't that frustrating? Everything frustrates me, but frustration is like time. It passes. Very philosophical. Very practical. I can mourn what I've lost or explore what I have left. He played a simple Bach invention, each note deliberate, meditative. Arthritis had robbed him of speed, but it had revealed something else. A meditation in every phrase, a weight in every silence. That's beautiful, I said. It's different. Different can be beautiful. In Monday's class, we talked about Epictetus, the slave philosopher. I had taught him before, but never with this week's perspective fresh in my mind. He was born into slavery, I explained. His master deliberately broke his leg. He was denied all external freedom, yet he became one of the great teachers of philosophy. How? Mark raised his hand. He couldn't control his circumstances. But he could control his response to them. Rebecca, present despite her absence, added quietly, he turned limitation into philosophy. Exactly. His adversity was not in spite of his teaching, but essential to it. On Tuesday morning, news arrived that made everything else seem trivial. Dad called early, which was unusual for him. Your Uncle Pete has had a stroke. The words hung between us. Pete, who had taught me to fish, who had built houses with his own hands, who never stood still. How is he? Paralyzed on his left side. His speech is slurred. I drove to the hospital thinking about cycles. Pete had been the strong one, the protector. Now he needed protection. In the ICU he looked smaller, his left hand curled inward like a dying flower, but his eyes, alert, frustrated, alive. He tried to speak. Only unintelligible sounds came out. He squeezed my right hand. Take your time, I said. He pointed to the window, then to himself, then made a cutting gesture. Do you want to get out? He nodded vigorously. Not yet, but you will. He made the cutting gesture again, more violently. Do you think you're done? Another nod, his eyes filled with tears. I took out my phone and showed him a video. A pianist playing with only one hand, his left. A complex piece by Chopin, reinterpreted for a single hand. Paul Wittgenstein, he lost his right arm in World War I. He commissioned new concertos for the left hand alone. He revolutionized the piano repertoire. Pete stared at it, mesmerized. You're not the same. But being the same was only one possibility. Wednesday's physical therapy session revealed the work ahead of us. The therapist, Maria, had seen this before. Most patients fight the process, she told me as Pete struggled with a rubber ball. They want their old body back. You can't blame them. No, but it slows down progress. The ones who adapt faster, they mourn their loss quickly and then become curious about what's possible. Pete dropped the ball. His good hand hit the bedrail hard. Anger is normal, Maria told him, but it's expensive energy. You'll need that strength for other things. She showed him the exercise again. Squeeze, release, pass the ball from one hand to the other. His left hand barely responded. I'm not trying to do it perfectly. I'm just trying to do it better than yesterday. On Thursday, I found Pete trying to write with his right hand. The letters looked like a child's scribbles. "Are you learning anything?" I asked. He nodded and slowly wrote, "Humility." "A difficult lesson." He wrote again, "Necessary." The occupational therapist arrived, young, enthusiastic, possibly annoyed by her own optimism. "Mr. Peterson, ready to practice buttoning buttons?" Pete's expression suggested he'd rather practice dying. "One button," she said. "That's it. One more than yesterday." It took him 12 minutes. 12 minutes for what used to take him 12 seconds. But the button was fastened. "See," she said with a beaming smile. "Progress." After she left, Pete wrote, "I hate her." "Why?" "Too happy. She sees possibilities where you see problems." "Naive." "Or experienced." "How many stroke patients has she worked with?" He thought about it and wrote, "Hundreds." "Probably. And you're her first?" A slight smile, the first he'd seen. Friday's philosophy class was about failure. I had changed my lesson plan after the events of the week. "Raise your hand if you've ever failed at something important." All hands went up. "Keep them up if that failure taught you something useful." Most kept their hands up. Now keep them up if you would choose to experience that failure again, knowing what it taught you. All hands went down. Rebecca was the first to speak. "That's the paradox, isn't it? We learn from failure, but we never want to repeat it. Yet we will fail again, in different ways but following the same process." Mark added, "So willpower isn't about avoiding failure. It's about metabolizing it, turning it from poison into medicine." Sounds like alchemy. Sounds like life. After class, Rebecca stayed behind. "I've been thinking about what you said, that adversity teaches what comfort can't. And my comfortable life made cheating seem reasonable, just another optimization strategy. What does discomfort teach?" That shortcuts usually backfire. On Saturday, Pete had visitors. His construction crew, rough men who looked out of place in the hospital hallways. "Boss," Tony said, "we finished the Mitchell house. We followed your plans." Pete's eyes widened. He wrote, "Problems?" "Lots of them. The foundation was wrong. We had to adjust everything." Pete was discouraged. "But we fixed it, like you taught us. Every problem has a solution. Sometimes it's not the one you planned." They spent an hour talking about work. Pete couldn't respond verbally, but his eyes remained attentive. Even his left hand moved when they talked about load-bearing walls. After they left, he wrote, "Keep building through them." It's not the same. No, but maybe that's evolution, not the end. On Sunday, Maria offered an unexpected philosophical reflection during therapy. "You know what I've learned here," she said as Pete worked out on the parallel bars. "Everyone thinks strength means never falling down. But look." Pete's left leg buckled. He caught himself with his right arm. "That's strength. It's not falling. It's holding on. It's getting up." "Very stoic," I said. "Very practical. Life knocks everyone down. The question is what you do while you're down." Pete managed 3 complete swings on the bars. Last week he couldn't even stand up. That afternoon I sat with him as the sun went down. "Remember when you taught me how to build houses?" I asked. He nodded. "You said the foundation takes the longest, but it's the most important part." He wrote, "Still true. Now you're building a new foundation. I hate it, but you're doing it anyway. I have no choice. There's always a choice. You could give up." He thought about it for a long time, then wrote, "That's not a choice. That's giving up." "What's the difference?" Choice builds. Giving up stops you. Monday morning, discharge planning. Pete would need months of outpatient therapy. Pete didn't like the psychiatrist's office. Too soft, too careful, with its pastel walls and inspirational posters. He sat stiffly in his wheelchair as Dr. Brennan explained post-ictal depression to him. "It's not weakness," she said. "Your brain has been through trauma. The chemistry has changed." Pete wrote, "I am not depressed. Anger is often depression dressed up in work clothes." That hit him. Pete clenched his jaw. "Think of your mind as a fortress," she continued. "The stroke broke down the walls. Now you're rebuilding while under siege." I appreciated the metaphor more than Pete did. He had spent 40 years building real walls. "Medication can help stabilize the foundation while you rebuild," Dr. Brennan suggested. "No pills." "It's your choice. But think about it. Would you build a house during an earthquake?" After the session, Pete was quiet. We sat in the hospital courtyard and watched the workers renovate the east wing. "See that?" I asked, pointing to the scaffolding. "That's temporary support while they rebuild." "It's different." "How?" He struggled to write. "They know what they're building. You've been at this for 3 weeks. They planned it for months." A worker dropped a beam. The crash echoed across the courtyard. Pete flinched, his whole body reacting to a sound that had previously meant nothing to him. "Your nervous system is rebuilding itself," I told him. "Every reaction is information." On Tuesday, group therapy arrived. Pete resisted, but hospital protocol required participation. The facilitator, an older woman named Dorothy, who had survived a stroke, didn't coddle him. "All of us here have lost something," she began. "Gary lost his speech. Amanda lost her left side. Pete lost his left side and his speech. I lost my memory. I still don't remember my daughter's wedding. But we're here. That's something." Gary typed on his communication device. "Being here is not living." "No, your heart is beating. Your mind is working. You're communicating. What is your definition of living?" Amanda interjected. "Without independence, it's existing." "Independence," Dorothy mused. "An interesting word. Were you independent before?" "Of course." "Really? Did you grow your own food? Did you build your own house? Did you cure your own illnesses?" Silence. "We all depend on something. The stroke just made it visible." Pete wrote something down and showed it to me first. "I've always needed other people. I just pretended I didn't." "Share it," I encouraged him. He held up his board. The group leaned in to read it. "That's the first honest thing that's been said here today," Dorothy replied. "The strength of self-reliance, the biggest lie we tell ourselves." On Wednesday, Maria worked harder in physical therapy. "Your brain is plastic," she explained, as Pete struggled to lift his legs. "It can reconfigure itself around the damage, but you have to demand it." "Like concrete," I suggested. "It needs pressure to heal properly." Pete nodded and failed again to lift his legs. "Failure is pressure," Maria said. "Every attempt creates new connections." "Even failed attempts?" "Especially failed attempts. Success confirms what works. Failure forces adaptation." Pete managed to lift his leg halfway up, his face contorted with the effort. "That grimace, that's rebuilding. Every difficult repetition is like laying a brick." Thursday's occupational therapy introduced something new: basic cooking skills. The therapist had Pete try to make scrambled eggs with one hand. He dropped the first egg, the second. The third broke badly, and the shell fell into the bowl. I started to say. No, the therapist stopped me. You need to solve the problem. Pete stared at the mess. Then, methodically, he picked up the pieces of shell with his good hand. He cracked another egg by pressing it against the edge of the bowl. He scrambled it clumsily. The eggs cooked unevenly, but they cooked. Would you serve that in a restaurant? The therapist asked. Pete shook his head. Would you eat it if you were hungry? He nodded. Then their successful eggs. That afternoon, Rebecca visited me during my office hours, but not to ask for academic advice. I've been thinking about strengths, she said, after what you said in class about building inner strength. And? I built mine from performance metrics, grades, achievements, recognition. Fragile stuff. The cheating scandal was a siege. It all came crashing down. Then rebuild with better materials. Like what? What survives external judgment? She thought. Character? Keep going. Integrity. Self-respect. Things I control. That builds strong walls. On Friday, Pete's son came to visit from Seattle. David was everything Pete had been, strong, capable, impatient with weakness. Dad, you have to try harder, David said as he watched Pete struggle with a transfer. Pete's face darkened. He typed, I am. You rebuilt yourself after Mom died. You can rebuild yourself after this. Different. How? Pete couldn't explain it. Frustration built visibly. His good hand clenched and unclenched. Your father is trying, I interjected. Every moment here is an effort. David turned to me. Who asked you? Someone has to say it. Your father is performing acts of will that you can't see. Like what? Like not giving up when his own son implies that he's not trying hard enough. David left shortly after. Pete wrote, Too hard on him? He's scared. It's easier to be angry than to be afraid. Like me. You're acknowledging it. That's progress. Saturday, unexpected progress. Pete got out of his wheelchair without help. 4 seconds before his left leg buckled, but 4 seconds of pure willpower. Maria almost cried. That's your foundation. Everything is built from here. Sunday morning, 5:47 a.m. Pete's hand found the bed rail before he opened his eyes, a movement so practiced that it no longer required conscious thought. 3 weeks after the accident, his body already knew the routine. You're up early today, I pointed out, glancing at my watch. He wrote on his board, the body wakes up at the same time, even after a stroke. Especially after. This fascinated me. Although his left side was still largely unresponsive, his internal clock was working perfectly. 40 years of getting up at dawn to go to work on the construction site had carved grooves deeper than the brain damage. Your neural pathways for time recognition have survived, I told him. The habit survived the injury. Maria arrived for an unusual Sunday session. She had started coming especially for Pete after noticing his alertness in the mornings. Most patients resist morning therapy, she explained as she set up the parallel bars. The hospital schedule throws everything off, but you're ready before I get here. He built houses, I explained. Sunrise was concrete pouring time. Temperature control, Pete wrote, then added, habit. Show me the habit, Maria challenged him. Move to the bars. The movement that used to take him 40 minutes now took him 12. It wasn't fluid or pretty, but it was steady. Pete gripped tightly with his good hand, shifted his weight predictably, and his breathing followed the same pattern every time. "You don't think about it anymore," Maria observed. "Your body remembers the sequence." After therapy, I wheeled Pete to the hospital's meditation garden, a generous term for a small courtyard with 3 benches and plants struggling to survive. But it served our purpose. "New habit," I announced. 5 minutes of breathing exercises every morning after therapy. Why? Willpower needs recovery periods, like muscles between sets. Pete looked skeptical, but he obeyed. We sat in silence, breathing. At first, his breathing was ragged, caught between frustration and effort. By the 3rd minute, it had stabilized. By the 5th minute, his shoulders had relaxed 5 inches. "Different," he wrote afterward. "Clearer." He nodded. Monday's group therapy session gave us an unexpected insight. Dorothy had assigned us a task to identify a small habit we wanted to acquire. Gary wrote, "Say 1 word a day." Amanda, "Stand for 30 seconds." Pete wrote, "Write my name with my left hand." "Your left side is compromised," Dorothy pointed out. "That's why." "Explain." Pete struggled with the board, erasing and rewriting. "Right hand works. Easy habit. Left hand doesn't work. Difficult habit. Difficult habits are more important." The room fell silent. Even Dorothy paused. "That's really profound," she admitted. "We develop our strength where we are weakest, not where we are already strong." On Tuesday, I applied Pete's idea in my philosophy class. Your classmate Pete, whom some of you may remember from the play, is teaching me about habit formation. I drew a simple diagram, a circle with arrows indicating repetition. He is learning to write with his non-dominant hand after suffering a stroke. He practices every day, even though it's almost impossible. Rebecca raised her hand. "But wouldn't it be more efficient to reinforce what works?" "Efficient for what? To maintain the status quo? Or to develop new capabilities?" Marcus chimed in. "I started getting up at 5 a.m. to study. The first week was hell. And now? It's been 3 weeks, and my body does it automatically." "But here's the key," I continued. "Marcus didn't just set his alarm clock. What else did you change?" "My bedtime, no screens after 9. My workout schedule, everything changed to fit the morning routine." Exactly. Habits don't exist in isolation. They're an architecture. On Wednesday with Pete, we developed this concept. His daily schedule had become very complex. 5:45 a.m. Wake up. 6:15 a.m. Transfer practice. 6:30 a.m. Hygiene routine, timed. 7:00 a.m. Breakfast, attempts with left hand. 7:30 a.m. Walking, standing work. 8:00 a.m. Meditation garden. 8:15 a.m. Speech therapy. 9:00 a.m. Occupational therapy. 10:00 a.m. Break, mandatory. 10:30 a.m. Writing exercises. "It's rigid," his speech therapist complained. "There's no flexibility." "Structure allows for flexibility," I replied. "When the basics become automatic, energy is freed up for more difficult tasks." Pete proved this by writing a complete sentence with his left hand, shaky and barely legible, but complete. Habits sustain me when willpower fails. Thursday brought a setback. Pete's son David returned and was dismissive of the routine. "You're institutionalizing him," David accused. "All these schedules and exercises, he needs to get back to normal life." "Define normal," I challenged him. "His old life, work, independence, strength. That normal is over. He's building a new one." Pete wrote something down and showed it to David. Not the same man, same habits, new body. That doesn't make sense, Dad. Pete tried again. Get up early. Same. Work hard. Same. Build things. Same. But now build different things. Build myself. David left frustrated. Pete looked defeated. He wants the father he knew, I said. You can't give him that. No, but you can show him that habits transcend circumstances. Friday's session with Maria revealed progress I hadn't noticed gradually. Pete walked 6 feet without assistance. When did that become possible? I asked. It wasn't possible, Maria corrected. It built up. Every daily repetition, every transfer, every time he stood up. Habits don't announce themselves, they just show up one day, fully formed. That afternoon, Rebecca stopped by during Pete's writing practice. She watched him struggle to form the letters. Why don't you use your good hand? She asked. Pete wrote with his right hand. The easy way leads nowhere. But you could communicate better. He switched to his left hand and took 5 minutes to write. Growing up hurts. Rebecca watched the painful process. I've taken shortcuts my whole life. Cheating was just the most obvious one. Pete added, still with his left hand. Start small, an honest habit. Like what? What are you afraid of? Making mistakes in public. Pete smiled, a twisted expression due to the weakness of his face. He deliberately misspelled a word, crossed it out, and tried again. He got it wrong again. On the third try, he got it right. That's practice. Saturday reflected the habits accumulated during the week. Pete's morning routine unfolded without me having to say a word. Transfer, hygiene, breakfast, therapy. Everything flowed naturally. His body had learned the sequence. You're different, I said. The same work. No, your presence, less fragmented. He thought about it and then wrote, habits are the skeleton. Willpower is the muscle. You need both. The metaphor was apt. His habits provided structure when his willpower ran out, and his willpower pushed him when his habits weren't enough. Neither was enough on its own, but together they rebuilt him. That night, as I watched Pete practice writing with his left hand while doing leg exercises, both habits now integrated, I realized something profound. Sunday morning arrived with unexpected chaos. Harold, Pete's roommate, suffered a panic attack at 3 a.m., screaming that there were intruders. The center was in an uproar, alarms, staff running, residents upset. By dawn, exhaustion had taken hold of everyone. Pete was sitting in the meditation garden, oblivious to the fatigue around him. Didn't you wake up with all that? I asked him. He shook his head and wrote, awake, not upset. What? Harold's storm, not mine. The distinction struck me. While everyone else was caught up in Harold's panic, Pete had kept his distance, aware but unperturbed. Teach me, I asked. Pete closed his eyes. His breathing slowed, deliberate but effortless. His damaged left hand rested palm up on his knee, and his right hand was slightly closed. Despite the morning's turmoil and his physical limitations, he exuded a deep calm. After 10 minutes, he opened his eyes and wrote, noise out, silence in. In Monday's philosophy class, we explored this concept. Rebecca arrived exhausted, with papers everywhere, coffee spilled on her notes, and profusely apologizing. Right on time, I said. Does your external chaos reflect or create internal chaos? She paused in the middle of her apology. Both. Marcus, your morning routine. What happens when it gets disrupted? It used to throw me off for the whole day. Now I just adapt and keep going. What has changed? I no longer need perfect conditions. The routine has trained my mind to find calm regardless of the circumstances. I drew concentric circles on the board, with the outer rings labelled with external events and the inner core unmarked. The Stoics understood something crucial. The volume of our internal dialogue determines our responsiveness. A mind that screams cannot hear solutions. Dorothy interjected. But strong emotions drive action. Anger, fear, they're motivators. Motivators toward what? Toward reaction or toward response? Is there a difference? Tuesday with Pete will prove it. Sure enough, Tuesday's session was a perfect example. Pete's occupational therapist, frustrated by his slow progress on a dexterity exercise, raised her voice. You're not trying hard enough. Keep going. The old Pete, the construction foreman, would have exploded. Instead, he put down the therapeutic tool, closed his eyes briefly, and wrote, "Anger makes hands shake more." The therapist stormed out. Pete returned to the exercise, now with smooth movements. "Where's your anger?" I asked. "It's still there. It's just silent." "You haven't suppressed it?" "Acknowledged, then chosen." That was the crux of the matter. Not to eliminate the emotion, but to reduce its volume until it was possible to choose. On Wednesday, the test came. David returned with legal documents. He was trying to move Pete to a cheaper facility. "This place is a bottomless pit," David argued. "There's a perfectly adequate residence." Pete read the papers slowly, with palpable calm. Others would have raged or pleaded. Pete simply wrote, "Your fear, not mine." "I'm trying to protect you." "From what?" "From financial ruin, from losing your assets." Pete wrote deliberately, "I've already lost everything. My body, my speech, my independence. I'm still here. Money is nothing." David raised his voice. "You're not thinking clearly." Pete was slow to respond, forming each letter with his left hand. The first clear thought of my life. The power of the phrase lay in how he had expressed it. No defense, no attack, just the truth stated calmly. Thursday's group session included both Pete and Rebecca. I had asked them to sit in silence for 20 minutes and then write down their observations. Rebecca was the first. I couldn't stop thinking about tomorrow's exam, my thesis, whether people are judging my presence here. My mind is like a tornado. Pete's note. I watched a bird build a nest. Is that all you thought about? I wasn't thinking. I was observing. But how do you stop your thoughts? Pete drew a glass of water with sediment at the bottom, and then showed how he stirred it, and everything became cloudy. He then drew it at rest, and the sediment settled back down. Thoughts settle if you stop stirring. Rebecca tried to argue, but she realized that she was stirring up her own mental sediment with the discussion. The realization was reflected on her face. On Friday, it became clear how a calm mind translated into action. Pete's physical therapy included a new challenge, climbing 3 steps. The first attempt, with his therapist giving him instructions, failed. His left leg wouldn't respond. "Again," said Maria, but this time in silence. The room fell silent. Pete stood at the foot of the steps, his gaze fixed but calm. He didn't look like he was preparing or psyching himself up. He just started. He lifted his right foot. His left foot dragged, but it followed. The second step was harder. The third was almost impossible. But he did it. "What's changed?" asked Maria. Pete tapped his temple, and then his chest. "Stay here," Strength here. That afternoon, I brought my advanced students to watch. Not Pete's physical therapy, but his daily meditation. 12 students watched a stroke patient sitting motionless for 30 minutes. Some fidgeted, others glanced at their phones. Dorothy took notes constantly. Pete didn't move except to breathe. Afterward, Marcus asked, "What were you doing? Mentally, I mean." Pete wrote, "Nothing is something." That's vague. Observe thoughts as if they were clouds. Don't grab them. Don't push them. Just watch them pass by. And that strengthens the will? Pete stood up, walked over to the board, and picked up a marker with his damaged left hand. The letters appeared slowly but clearly. A calm mind hears what matters. The highlight of Saturday came unexpectedly. Harold, the roommate whose panic had kicked off the week, had another episode. This time, Pete was present. Harold was screaming that he was being chased, that he was in danger, that he had been abandoned. The staff rushed over. I moved closer to help, but Pete raised his good hand and motioned for me to wait. He sat down next to Harold, not speaking, though he couldn't speak clearly anyway. He just sat there, breathing slowly and steadily. His calmness was almost tangible, like cold water in a burning room. Gradually, Harold's breathing synchronized with Pete's. The screaming stopped. The panic dissipated. Later, Harold asked, "How did you do that?" Pete wrote, "I didn't, I just went." "Went where?" "Silence. You borrowed it." The revelation was profound. Pete hadn't given any advice, nor had he tried to fix or change Harold's state. He had simply kept his mind calm with such steadfastness that it became an anchor for others to hold on to. That night, Pete wrote in his journal, an entry he later shared. "The stroke took my words away. I found silence. Silence is clearer." Monday arrived with temptation in the form of Pete's favorite vice, cigarettes. David had smuggled in a pack, perhaps hoping to curry favor after the failed transfer to another facility. "Just one," David offered, holding out the familiar red and white box. "No one needs to know." Pete stared at the pack, his good hand clenched, a muscular memory of 40 years of habit. Before the stroke, Pete smoked 2 packs a day, and cigarettes marked every break, every meal, every moment of stress. He wrote slowly, "I want it." "Well, take it. You've been through hell." "Wanting is not taking." David lit one and blew the smoke toward Pete. The smell triggered something primitive. I saw Pete's nostrils flare and his fingers drum against the arm of the wheelchair. "This is stupid," David said. "Denying yourself a pleasure for what? Some philosophical principle?" Pete wrote, "Every no doesn't make the next one easier." The cigarette burned between them, and David ended up putting it out, frustrated. Pete's victory wasn't in not wanting to, because it was clear that he did. It was in the gap between desire and action, a gap he had learned to widen. On Tuesday, Rebecca was battling her phone addiction. She had committed to studying without looking at social media, but she only lasted 12 minutes. "It's impossible," she complained to Pete over lunch. "My brain literally hurts without stimulation." Pete handed her his pudding cup. "I don't want pudding," he pointed insistently. "Okay." She picked up the spoon, took a bite, then another, and finished it quickly. Pete wrote, "You ate without thinking." So? Same with your phone. Your hand moves without permission. He demonstrated with his good hand, mimicking the unconscious gesture of looking at his phone. Then he deliberately placed his hand flat on the table and kept it there. Practice stopping doing it. Rebecca tried. Flat hand, still. 20 seconds before it moved toward her pocket. See? Impossible. It's not impossible. You're not trained. They spent an hour practicing, hand still, hand moving only with conscious intent. In the end, Rebecca managed 3 minutes. A small victory, but a victory nonetheless. On Wednesday, I put my own self-control to the test. Management scheduled a meeting on optimizing patient interaction time, which was a fancy way of saying we had to see more patients in shorter sessions. "Dr. Green," the administrator began, "your sessions are too long. We need efficiency." My impulse was to launch into a tirade about quality versus quantity, about how human beings are not factory products. Instead, I borrowed Pete's technique. I acknowledged the impulse, and then I chose. "I understand your concern," I said calmly. "Let me document the results." No arguments, no defenses, just redirecting them to data they couldn't refute. Later, Pete noticed my mood. "Meeting? They want faster sessions. You wanted to argue." "I still do." He drew 2 pictures, a fist and an open hand. He pointed to the fist. "Feels strong." Then the open hand. "Is strong." The paradox of self-control, an apparent weakness that is actually strength. On Thursday, it became clear how small restrictions created greater capacity. Pete's physical therapy included a treatment with hot packs on his injured shoulder. The heat was almost unbearable. Most patients asked to have them removed after 5 minutes. Pete endured 20. "Doesn't it hurt?" Maria asked him. "Yes." "Why are you putting up with it?" "To train." "For what?" "For when I can't choose." This was the key. Voluntary discomfort as preparation for involuntary hardship. Every small act of self-control was training for greater challenges. That afternoon, Harold faced his own test. The center served chocolate cake, his diabetic kryptonite. He had already had his share, but there were extra pieces on the counter. "Pete," Harold whispered, "look at me." He walked over to the counter, picked up a piece, held it, and put it back. He repeated this 3 times. "What are you doing?" I asked him. "Pete's thing, saying yes to saying no." The phrase was Harold's, but the concept was Pete's. Self-control, not as deprivation, but as an affirmation of choice. Friday brought with it an unexpected complexity. A new patient, Samuel, argued that self-control was actually a weakness. "You're all repressed," Samuel declared in the group session, "denying natural impulses, living half-lives. True strength is accepting everything." Pete listened without reacting. Samuel grew even more animated. "Look at yourselves. You've probably never really lived. Always controlling, restricting yourselves. Where has that gotten you?" Pete wrote calmly, "Here." Exactly. Broken, limited. Here, present, aware, choosing. That's not living. Pete drew a river, then a dam. He pointed to the dam. Control. He drew the dam breaking, the flood destroying everything downstream. Your freedom. Then he drew a series of small canals branching off from the river and irrigating the fields. Directed power. Samuel wanted to argue, but the metaphor was too clear. The uncontrolled impulse was destruction. The directed impulse was creation. Saturday culminated in the most difficult test for Pete. He called his daughter, whom he hadn't spoken to in 2 years. "Dad?" Emma said cautiously through the speaker. "David says you're different." Pete couldn't respond clearly. I offered to help, but he typed, "Just listen." Emma spoke about her anger over the years he drank, his absence, his emotional unavailability. The accusations flew, years of resentment unleashed. The old Pete would have defended himself, attacked, or hung up. The new Pete stayed quiet, occasionally typing notes that only he could see. Finally, Emma ran out of steam. "Don't you have anything to say?" Pete slowly typed on the tablet. "Every word is true. I'm sorry. I'm not enough. I'm just sorry." "That's it?" "I'm working on being better. I might fail. I'm still trying." Silence. Then Emma, crying. It wasn't a reconciliation. It was too soon for that. But it was a crack in the wall. After the call, Pete was exhausted. I asked him what notes he had written during Emma's accusations. He showed them to me. True. True. Defend. No. True. Explain. No. True. Just listen. Every impulse to defend himself or deflect attention, noted and released. "The hardest part?" I asked him. "Not doing it." It was a mastery, not the absence of impulses, but the conscious choice in their presence. Every cigarette not smoked, every defense not uttered, every moment of discomfort chosen contributed to this. The strength to remain still as his daughter's pain flooded him, adding nothing but his presence. That night, Pete wrote, "The stroke took control of my body. I gave it control of my decisions, a fair trade." The paradox was complete. Losing physical control had taught him to control his mind. Every small act of restraint had prepared him for this greater surrender, this deeper strength. On Sunday morning, Pete placed several objects on the therapy table: a hammer, a paintbrush, a pen, and a small mirror. Group therapy was about to begin, but he seemed focused on his display. "An art project?" Maria asked. Pete shook his head, pointed to each object, and wrote, "Tools." "Obvious," said Samuel, still annoyed by Friday's exchange. "And?" Pete picked up the hammer and made a gesture as if he were hammering a nail. Then he held it up and wrote, "Purpose, to build." The paintbrush. Purpose, to create. The pen. Purpose, to communicate. Finally, the mirror. He held it up in front of us and wrote, "Willpower." "I don't get it," Harold admitted. Pete wrote slowly, "Tool without purpose equal waste." He demonstrated this by using the hammer to stir his coffee and the paintbrush to scratch his back. The absurdity of the situation made his point clear. Misused tools were worse than useless. Willpower is the same. It needs a purpose. "But we've been working on control and discipline," I said, curious to see where he was going with this. "For what?" The question hung in the air. We had been so focused on developing willpower that we had barely discussed its purpose. Maria was the first to speak. "To improve?" "Improve at what?" This was the deeper question. Improve at control, improve at moderation, or improve at something more fundamental. Pete wrote, "Virtue." Samuel scoffed. "Virtue? What century are we in?" But Pete was already drawing, a person climbing a mountain, a metaphor we had seen before. But now he added something else. Other climbers on the same mountain, some struggling, some fallen. The figure climbing paused, helped another up, shared water, and pointed out a safer path. Then he continued climbing. "Strength is not for yourself. It's for doing the right thing." Harold was the first to understand. Like when you helped me with the cigarettes. You weren't just practicing self-control, you were using it to help someone else. Pete nodded and wrote, "Every decision, what's right versus what's easy." On Monday, it was time for practical application. A new patient arrived, Thomas, who was very distressed. He had early-stage Alzheimer's, enough to be terrified of what was coming. He lashed out at everyone, nurses, patients, visitors. "Keep him away from me," Samuel demanded after Thomas threw his meal tray. The staff was overwhelmed. Thomas needed constant supervision, but resources were scarce. Pete wheeled himself to Thomas's room. I followed, worried. Thomas was destroying his belongings, torn between rage and tears. "Everything is going away," he shouted. "Everything I am is going away." Pete couldn't speak clearly enough for Thomas to understand him. Instead, he just sat there, present, calm. Thomas threw a book at him. Pete didn't flinch. Thomas shouted obscenities. Pete stayed there. An hour passed. Thomas exhausted himself and collapsed in his chair. Pete wrote on his board and showed it to Thomas. "You are scared too." "You don't understand." Pete pointed to his own head and then wrote, "Broken, still here." It wasn't much, but Thomas stopped destroying things. For the next 3 days, Pete spent hours with Thomas. Without speaking, as Thomas couldn't understand Pete's broken speech. Just being there during the terrifying moments when Thomas forgot where he was, who he was. "Why do you exhaust yourself?" I asked Pete in private. "You need energy for your own recovery. Practice," he wrote, "to control yourself, to choose the right thing instead of the easy thing." This was the evolution. Willpower not as an end, but as a means. Every moment of strength developed created capacity for moral action. On Wednesday, the price became clear. Pete was exhausted from sitting with Thomas and missed his physical therapy session. His progress would be affected. The administration wouldn't understand. "You're jeopardizing your recovery," his physical therapist warned him. Pete wrote, "Recover what? Your functionality, your independence. To do what?" She didn't know how to respond. Recover for what? Functionality for what? Pete wrote, "Being strong enough to help equals recovered." On Thursday, deeper layers were revealed. Harold had been stealing food, not much, just a little extra from the common area. Samuel caught him and threatened to report him. "It's theft," Samuel argued. "It's against the rules." Harold felt humiliated. The medication made him constantly hungry, but the extra food cost money he didn't have. Pete intervened with an unexpected strategy. He wrote to Samuel, "You're right." Samuel, surprised by the agreement, nodded vigorously. "Harold is wrong. You are superior." Something in Pete's tone made Samuel uncomfortable. "Now what?" Pete wrote. "Report him, punish him, feel good about yourself. Rules exist for a reason." "Yes, justice, order, good things." Pete paused, then added, "Also mercy, understanding, better things." He placed his own snacks, the ones I had brought him, in front of Harold. Then he looked at Samuel. "Choose right rule or right action." Samuel hesitated. His need to be right struggled with the recognition of something more important than being right. Finally, Samuel pushed his own snacks toward Harold. "Don't make this a habit." Pete smiled, the crooked half-smile his stroke allowed him. He had used his willpower not to control himself, but to create a space in which Samuel could choose virtue. Friday's session focused on this distinction. Willpower serves virtue, I summarized Pete's philosophy, not the other way around. The stronger we are, the more we can give. But where does that end? Maria asked. We can't help everyone. Pete drew a circle, small at first, then another, slightly larger one around it, and then another. Start small, grow as your strength grows. Like ripples in water, our capacity for virtuous action expanded with our willpower, but it began with the smallest circle, ourselves, becoming capable of acting rightly. On Saturday, the test came. Thomas had a terrible night, forgetting that his wife had died and reliving the pain as if it were new. He attacked a nurse and had to be sedated. The administration wanted to transfer him to a secure unit. He's dangerous, they argued. Pete couldn't speak at the meeting, but he had prepared himself. Using his tablet, he had written a proposal. Patients would take turns sitting with Thomas and offering him support. Pete would coordinate it. Liability issues. Pete wrote, I will take responsibility. Legally meaningless, but morally powerful. He was using his will not for personal gain, but to protect someone vulnerable. We were given a week's trial. That night, exhausted, Pete wrote something that summed it all up. Strength without virtue equal tyranny. Virtue without strength equal wishes. Both are necessary. It was the culmination of weeks of developing willpower, not to become invulnerable, but to be able to act in a meaningful way. Every moment of restraint, every uncomfortable choice, every bit of discipline practiced had led to this, having enough strength to devote to others. Sunday morning arrived with chaos. A new patient, Victor, had been admitted during the night. Wealthy, accustomed to private care, furious about the poor conditions at the center. He stormed into the common area, demanding improvements, threatening lawsuits, and making life impossible for the staff. This is intolerable, Victor shouted at the head nurse. I'll have this place shut down. The commotion spread through our routine. Harold retired to his room. Maria's hands were shaking. Thomas fidgeted, confused by the noise. Samuel, as expected, intervened. You have no right to disturb everyone. I have every right. I pay. The argument intensified. Other patients took sides. The common area became a battlefield of clashing complaints. Pete remained at his table, practicing writing exercises with his left hand. The letters wavered, but remained consistent. His concentration never wavered, despite the chaos erupting around him. Victor noticed. And you, sitting there like nothing's happening, are you in a vegetative state? Pete looked up, looked him in the eye, and went back to writing. This enraged Victor even more. He approached Pete's table and threw the papers on the floor. I'm talking to you! Pete bent down, slowly, given his limitations, and began to pick up the papers. No hurry, no anger, just focused on what he had to do. Leave him alone, I said. Another one. This place is full of people who've given up. Pete finished picking up his papers, arranged them carefully, and wrote on his board, I haven't given up. I'm just not slacking. Victor snatched the board from him. Meaningless garbage. Pete waited. He just waited. His stillness had weight, like deep waters that cannot be disturbed by surface waves. Victor threw the board on the floor and stormed off to harass the administration. Why didn't you defend yourself? Maria asked him later. Pete wrote, What? His insults, his disrespect. His noise didn't change anything. My reaction would have. This was different from passivity. Pete had made a decision to remain centered while chaos swirled around him. His stillness became a kind of gravity around which others began to orbit. On Monday, Victor's campaign continued. He had organized several patients into a grievance committee and held noisy meetings to demand better treatment. The meetings were held just outside the therapy room with the intention of disrupting us. Our therapist became nervous and lost her train of thought. "Should we leave?" she asked. Pete wrote, "Why?" "The noise. It will still be there if we leave. It will just be in another room." He continued with his exercises. Raise his weak arm, lower it, raise it again. The same rhythm, regardless of Victor's shouts about constitutional rights and medical negligence. Others began to follow Pete's example. Harold returned to his puzzles, Maria to her knitting, not out of defeat, but out of determination. Chaos could not dictate their actions. Victor stepped up his actions on Tuesday. He brought a lawyer friend during visiting hours and staged a show documenting violations. They photographed everything, interviewed anyone who would listen, and caused maximum disruption. They cornered Pete during lunch. "He's clearly incapacitated. Doesn't he want to receive proper treatment?" Pete continued eating. The stroke forced him to eat slowly and carefully. Each spoonful required concentration. "He's questioning the care he's receiving," insisted the lawyer. Pete finished chewing, swallowed, and wrote, "I'm eating soup. This is about his rights. I have the right to eat soup." They couldn't penetrate his simplicity. He wasn't avoiding or deflecting attention. He was genuinely focused on the task at hand. His urgency found no echo in his calmness. Wednesday's group session became Victor's platform. He had prepared a speech about patient advocacy, systemic failures in healthcare, and the need for a revolution. "We're all victims here," he declared. "Pete especially, look at him. He can barely function, and they make him do basic exercises that a child could plan." The group waited for Pete's response. He wrote slowly and showed it to everyone. "Not victim, patient, pati, to suffer, ent, the one who suffers, correct." "That's exactly what I mean. You're suffering." "Yes, so what?" Victor hesitated. He had expected an affirmative response or an argument, not such calm acknowledgement. Pete continued writing. "Suffering exists. Drama is optional." The room shook. Victor's theatrical anger suddenly seemed just that, theatrical. Pete's calmness carried more weight than all of Victor's noise. Thursday revealed Victor's fear. His wealth couldn't buy him a little stroke. His connections couldn't reverse the damage. His anger was terror in disguise. He found Pete in the garden, sitting motionless on a bench. "How do you do it?" Victor asked, now calmer. "Just sit there." Pete wrote, "Practice." "Practice what?" "Not needing things to be different." "But they should be different. Better care, better facilities." "Maybe, but now, this care, these facilities, this moment." Victor slumped down beside him. "I've never felt so powerless. You've never been so honest." The words hurt, but Victor didn't leave. They sat there together, one immobilized by stroke, the other learning to be still by choice. By Friday, the transformation was evident. Victor attended therapy in silence. He ate without comment. He still had opinions. He still saw problems, but he no longer needed to fill every space with his noise. "What did you do to him?" the head nurse asked Pete. "Nothing." She didn't believe him, but it was the truth. Pete hadn't done anything except be himself, unperturbed by Victor's storm, available when it passed. That night, while playing cards, Victor asked, "Is this what Stoics mean by peace, just accepting everything?" Pete thought about it and then wrote, "Accept what is, work with what is possible." "Sounds like you're giving up." "Save your energy for the real work. Victor wanted to argue, but he couldn't. He had exhausted himself with 5 days of protests that had changed nothing. Pete had spent those same days progressing quietly. His writing was clearer, his movements stronger, his presence more solid. The contrast was undeniable: noise versus depth, drama versus development. Saturday's visit was my own test. My supervisor came to observe, full of suggestions for pushing Pete harder and adding more aggressive interventions. "He's too passive," she declared. "He needs more stimulation." She tried to reorganize our entire approach in a single visit. Pete listened politely, nodded occasionally, and then continued with his routine exactly as before. "Are you listening?" she asked him. Pete wrote, "Yes." "Then why aren't you responding?" "I did. I listened." She left, frustrated, telling me that Pete needed activation. "You could file a complaint," I warned her. Pete wrote, "Many storms, sky still there." The metaphor sank in. All week he had been the sky, vast, unperturbed by the passage of time. Clouds came and went, thunder roared and faded, the sky remained. Sunday brought an unexpected test. Pete's son arrived, his first visit in 3 months. Thomas carried with him the kind of anger that fills doorways, changes the temperature of a room, and makes others instinctively step back. "You finally answered my messages?" He didn't sit down, but stood next to Pete's wheelchair. 3 heart attacks, Dad. 3. Maybe it's time to admit you can't live alone anymore." Pete wrote, "I'm not alone, here." "This is temporary. We've already talked about this." "No, you talked." Thomas clenched his jaw. I recognized the dynamic. He had inherited his father's stubbornness, but not his calmness. While Pete was like granite, Thomas was like a squeaky cog. "I found a permanent residence, better than this place, with full-time supervision." Pete returned to his exercises. The small weight he held in his weak hand went up, down, and up again. "Are you listening to me?" "Yes." "Then stop exercising and focus." Pete continued. The weight went up, down. His concentration was absolute. Thomas grabbed the weight and threw it across the room. It hit the medical equipment. "Pay attention!" The recreation room fell silent. Harold stopped working on his puzzle. Maria's knitting needles stopped moving. Even Victor, transformed but still reactive, began to get up. Pete raised his empty hand. He continued the exercise without the weight, the same movement, the same rhythm, the same concentration. His son stared at him. "What are you doing?" Pete completed the set and then wrote, "Exercise." "Without the weight?" "The weight is gone. The movement remains." Thomas collapsed into a chair, suddenly looking older than his father. "You're impossible." "Yes." "That's it? Just yes." Pete wrote slowly, "You want a father who breaks. You don't have one." The truth hung between them. Thomas had come expecting resistance he could overcome, arguments he could refute. Instead, he found something he couldn't fight. Acceptance without surrender. Mum would have wanted, "Mom is dead." Brutal in its simplicity. Thomas shuddered. Pete continued writing. "I loved her. I miss her. It doesn't change anything." "It changes everything. You had another stroke on her grave." "Yes, it's a good place for it." Thomas's anger cracked, revealing the fear that lay beneath. "I could lose you too." "I will, someday." "You're not worried?" Pete thought about it and then wrote, "Death comes. Worrying is optional." They sat with that truth. Around them, the rec room slowly came back to life, but quieter, as if everyone was processing Pete's words for themselves. Thomas stayed for lunch. He watched his father eat with careful precision, each movement deliberate, necessary, unashamed of his slowness. "The center has better therapy programs," he tried again, more gently this time. "Maybe. Will you consider it?" "No." "But you just said—" "Maybe better. I'm fine here." Thomas wanted to argue, but he couldn't find the angle. Pete wasn't being stubborn or proud. He was simply clear about his decision. After Thomas left, exhausted and confused, Victor approached him. "Your son seems difficult." Pete wrote, "Good boy, scared." That doesn't justify his behavior. I didn't say he was. That was Pete's strength, seeing clearly without judging, accepting without approving. His son's fear was real. His behavior was what it was. Neither required Pete to change course. Pete's case was discussed at Monday's staff meeting. The supervisor who had visited on Saturday had filed a report on his non-compliance. "He refuses to participate in the enhanced protocols," he told the assembled team. Pete was called in. He rolled up in his wheelchair and waited. "Mr. Peterson, we're concerned about your progress." Pete wrote, "Making progress. Our indicators suggest otherwise." "Whose indicators?" She pulled out charts, graphs, and standardized assessments. Pete listened to the entire presentation and then wrote a single word. "No." "No to what?" "To the enhanced protocols." "You can't refuse treatment." "I'm not refusing treatment. I'm refusing the enhancement." The distinction was important. Pete did all the exercises he was assigned and attended all the mandatory sessions. He simply refused to add their aggressive interventions and forced accelerations. "This could affect your discharge date." "Okay." She wanted him to fight, to care, to need her approval. Instead, he accepted the consequences without accepting the demand. The medical director intervened. "What exactly is your objection, Mr. Peterson?" Pete wrote carefully, "I am recovering. You want results. Recovery requires pushing boundaries. Whose limits? Whose recovery?" The question reframed everything. They were imposing their idea of his limits, their timeline for his recovery. Pete was living his real experience, responding to his real capacity. The meeting ended without resolution. They couldn't force compliance from someone who wasn't resisting, just following a different path. On Tuesday, I found Pete in the garden before dawn, sitting in the dark. "Couldn't sleep?" He wrote with the light from his phone. "I decided not to do it." "Why?" "I wanted to." This, the stillness before dawn, the slow emergence of light, the world before it filled with noise and needs. "Your son called me," I admitted. "He wants me to convince you about the center." "And?" "I told him I can't convince someone who isn't confused." Pete's eyes crinkled, the way he smiled since the stroke affected his facial muscles. We sat together, watching the sunrise paint the garden. No words were necessary. His presence had a quality I had rarely encountered. It was complete without needing to be complete, strong without needing to demonstrate strength. "Is this what you meant?" I asked him. "About the storms and the sky." He wrote, "You get it." I was beginning to understand. Pete's will wasn't rigid. Rigidity breaks. It wasn't stubbornness. Stubbornness wears out. It was something else. It was aligned. Every action, every response, every silence came from the same center. External forces could damage his body, limit his movements, take away his speech. But they couldn't reach that center. It existed beyond their reach, not through resistance, but through depth. The sun peaked over the horizon. Pete wrote, "Another day," not "another difficult day" or "another day of recovery." Just another day, complete in itself, needing nothing more than what it was. That was his unbreakable will, not a force that couldn't be damaged, but a presence that remained intact regardless of the damage. I returned to the care center 3 months after Pete's death, this time not as a visitor, but to empty the garden shed where he kept his tools. His son, Thomas, greeted me there, looking older than his 43 years. "I found something you should see." Inside the shed, hidden behind rusty pallets and half-empty seed packets, was a wooden box. Thomas opened it and discovered dozens of index cards covered with Pete's shaky handwriting, not the capital letters he wrote after his stroke, but the fluid handwriting of before. The first card read, "For whoever tends this garden in the future." "Did he write this before his stroke?" Thomas asked. I turned the card over. "Plant what grows, not what you'd like to grow." Another read, "Weeds are just plants in the wrong place. Sometimes you're the weed." Thomas laughed, surprised at himself. "That's Dad." We spent the afternoon reading them. They weren't instructions per se, but rather observations. Pete had been preparing to pass something on for a long time before his body failed him. "The earth remembers," one card said. "Every season leaves its mark. Build on what came before." Thomas held that one longer than the others. I fought hard with him to keep it here. You wanted it. I wanted to fix it. The difference was important. Thomas had seen his father's acceptance as surrender, his patience as stubbornness. He hadn't understood what Pete was really teaching him, how to stay whole when everything breaks. We donated the cards to the center. They laminated them and placed them throughout the garden. But something unexpected happened. People started adding their own. Mrs. Chen, who had barely spoken during her recovery, left one next to the tomatoes. Growth happens first in the dark. Marcus, who was recovering from his accident, placed one near the bench. Stillness is also movement. Even the youngest members of staff contributed. A night nurse wrote, "The garden sleeps, but it never stops." The collection grew beyond Pete's original wisdom and became something bigger. A conversation through time, with each person building on what had come before. Thomas began visiting weekly, not to see his father's legacy, but to participate in it. He worked the land Pete had worked, tended the plants Pete had planted. Little by little, he understood what his father had taught him by example, rather than words. He didn't give up, Thomas told me one afternoon, his fingernails caked with dirt. He was teaching me to hold on to what matters. The facility manager approached us. "We're thinking of turning this into a formal program. The garden cards, the community wisdom." I thought Pete would have disliked it, the formalization, the program, the structured approach to something organic. But then I reconsidered. Pete wouldn't have disliked it. He just wouldn't have participated. He would have continued to garden while they created programs around him, unfazed by their need to systematize everything. That was his deepest teaching, not resistance, but independence. Don't fight the world's attempts to organize and control, but stay centered in your own truth, no matter what. That week, a new patient arrived. Sarah, 32, motorcycle accident, paralyzed from the waist down, angry at everything. She reminded me of myself years ago, before Pete's quiet example taught me the difference between strength and violence. I found her at the edge of the garden, her wheelchair locked, staring into space. "Stupid garden," she said. "Yes." She turned, surprised. "You agree?" Gardens are stupid. They grow without permission. They die without asking for forgiveness. They don't care about your plans. Exactly. Pete loved that. I told her about Pete, about his notes, about how he had dealt with the betrayal of his own body. She listened with the skepticism of someone who has heard too many inspirational speeches. So he just accepted it, being broken. He accepted that he had changed. It's different. She walked over to the planters and saw the laminated cards. She read a few. Who writes these? People who've been through the same thing as you. Paralyzed. They changed. She took out her phone, typed something and showed it to me. Anger is also energy. Do you want to add that? It's not wise. It's not peaceful. Pete's favorite plant was the thistle. Prickly, stubborn, impossible to kill. Peace isn't the only force. He asked them to add his card. It was different from the others, clearer, more raw, but it fit. The garden had room for everything. Pete's acceptance, Mrs. Chen's patience, Sarah's rage. Each was true in its own season. Thomas and I finished cleaning out the shed at dusk. At the bottom of the box, we found one last card, dated a few days before Pete's stroke. Everything I learned watching things grow. Everything I taught by growing. When I'm gone, the garden will still be there. That's enough. I knew that, Thomas said. Maybe. Aren't you scared, knowing it's coming? I thought about Pete's last weeks, how he had faced each decline without surprise or complaint. His body was failing in stages, but his will remained strong. He once told me that death was like the weather, I said. You can't control it. You dress appropriately. Thomas added his own card that day. My father's strength lives on in the earth. The garden would outlive us all. Other hands would tend it. Other wisdom would accumulate. Pete's unyielding will had never been about permanence, but about presence. Being fully here while you're here, and then letting go without clinging when the season changes. That is the legacy of true willpower. Not monuments or achievements, but the quiet demonstration that we can remain whole regardless of what breaks. That we can weather any storm by remembering that we are also the sky. These 3 hours of Stoicism have shown you how to develop unbreakable willpower through discipline, clarity, and a deep understanding of what really matters. By focusing on what you can control, accepting what you can't, and continually strengthening your resolve, you now have the tools to face life's challenges with unwavering determination. But willpower isn't something you learn all at once. It's something you practice every day. So here's your challenge. How will you apply these Stoic principles to make your willpower unstoppable today? Leave your thoughts in the comments below. Let's share strategies and inspire each other to keep growing and getting stronger. And if you're ready to gain more Stoic wisdom to help you master your mind and your life, don't forget to subscribe. Stay strong, stay focused, and keep building that willpower. See you in the next video.